be on our faces every day. Let's even know what they are doing. Because I know he has said 3 months. But Nigerians want to, hear him, see him talking all the way. And say, okay, in so places, this is what we are doing. This is what, because he just said, he was just saying that, okay, the rainy season, there will be production. There will be food everywhere because the rains are here. No. Tell Nigerians what you have done, and what we are expecting, and when we are expecting these things. So that give Nigerians a sort of hope that, okay, fine, let's even say in the next be assertive with even your 3 months, if you are saying 3 months or 4 months. Because we know whenever they say something about 3 months and begin to tell us time, you know what it means. Some months back, we are showing tomatoes. These tomatoes was not like this some months back. People were selling tomatoes for a basket for 50,000, some 120,000, as high as 120,000. Until we started seeing on social media, people fighting and saying, how much did you buy this? So sometimes it's about us, but the thing is, if government is able to flood the market with enough food, enough food stuff, people will not be hoarding, people will not be, greedy, for them to be increasing the prices of food. So I want to see...
And you get even more depressed, Asokwa, when you told that many Nigerians, unscrupulous Nigerians, have formed the habit of exporting items.
Yes, exactly. When we are hungry, people are exporting. They smuggle out our goods, our food. That is a sabotage as far as I'm concerned. Because if your brother is hungry, then why are you doing that to the person? Why not sell it down here? Let people buy, let people eat and survive, rather than taking it out there and causing insecurity in Nigeria.
CK, you share his sentiments?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do totally agree with that. And when you look at headline inflation, as I said, year to year, as of June 2023, we are just around. We've increased from June within 1 year. It's about 11.4%. What we have now is 11.4% higher than what we had in June 2023. That was when this government just took over.
Okay.
Now, when you look at food inflation, between June 2023 and June 2024, in June 2023, food inflation was 25.25%. As of today, June 2024, it is 40.87%, an increase of 15.62%. And what are the basic ingredients? We are looking at gari, groundnut oil, catfish, dry fish, sardine, yam, all the consumables.
Yeah.
And you now continue to ask yourself what is really happening. Now let's take it a bit down. Inflation food rates year to year, the highest you have.
Food inflation.
Food inflation rate. The highest we have, I'm talking of states now, is in Edo State. The last year is now at 47.34% in Edo 1. Kogi followed by 46.37, followed by Cross River 45.28, Nasarawa, and the lowest is Adamawa State. And you ask yourself, what is the problem? Now, yes, we know the problem of insecurity is a big challenge, especially in the north-central zones and northeast. But even at that, could we have done more? Yes, we could have done more. We don't have the serious security challenge we have, especially in the north, in the south. If you look at, I've said it time with time, take off a citizen from here to Shagamu, turn right, head to Benin. Between Shagamu or Benin, you see areas of land. Green, lush, that anything you drop there, we germinate.
Yeah.
So it's not that we don't have and God has so blessed us with weather as well. We don't used to have the kind of weather you have in other parts of the world. You have winter, you have tsunami. God has so the question you ask yourself, what is our problem? Our problem is we not being able to put our hands together.
So where do you place the promise of the minister in all of this?
For me, it's rhetorics. We'll be hearing this. This is not the first time we're hearing this. I'll tell you that come 3 months' time, you still see that it's gotten worse. Now, let me tell you, there's a novel thing that the Ooni of Ife had just done. I don't know whether you've seen that. You've seen that video. What he has done is to make sure that he's able to put a cap on prices of food products, fruits within Ile-Ife. And go further to be able, what he has done is to dissolve all market associations. Because they are the ones, part of the problem. They are the ones that will fix the problem. They will know that this is 100 naira. They say, sell it at 200. Because they're going to collect 50 naira on top. If you understand what I mean. So he has said, don't forget that was the time that the federal government was talking about having price control mechanism. Ask yourself, had that work? It has not worked. Because there are still people within the value chain that will sabotage that. So what I personal opinion is that instead of this rhetorics, let us go in full time, there is no reason why Nigeria should be poor. We are too rich to be poor as a nation.
Asokwa, let me drop this here. On this program, we have featured the efforts of the governors of Kogi, Oyo, in this connection. So, as he said, we have no reason, no excuse for being where we are.
Of course.
In terms of food production.
Yes, but for that of Oyo...
Sorry, Nigeria remains the world's largest producer of cassava. Nobody has taken it, but it's not difficult to take advantage.
Let's even talk about cassava. We are world largest.
Yes.
In this statistics.
And including yams.
But how much, go outside, go and ask how much Gary is. Can you buy Gary?
Go and buy a mudu of Gary.
No, before.
Before tell me how much do we spend on importation of cassava?
For something that we are claiming to be the world largest. You understand?
We import Gary from China now. Are you aware?
No, China might try, but it cannot be the same.
So before we used to say Gary is poor man's food. But Gary is no more poor man's food. In fact, people even prefer to buy rice now than buying Gary because it's expensive. This is Gary that we used to do before. I remember when we were young, my mom used to go out there, buy cassava, as in the raw one, we'll wash it, and then we'll begin to, peel, grate it,
do everything.
And then do everything you want to do. But now you cannot even, where are you going to see it? Even the last time I saw fufu for 100 naira, I almost shed tears for 400 naira. It was as small as like one egg like this, So I was...
Let me...
How bad it is.
Let me shock you. You even saw fufu here. Citizen, I just came back from Port Harcourt. I was away for about a week. And let me tell you one funny thing that happened.
Okay.
About 2 days ago, I went to my regular restaurant on Aba Road by Waterline. It's the delicacy I like eating when I go to your state and river. Those 2 states, that's why your fisherman soup. Citizen, I order for it without looking at the price. I've always gone there. But this time around, I thought that is this thing. By the time I finished eating, Citizen, and they brought my bill. I saw my bill. My ATM was already crying. And you ask yourself, for goodness.
Only you shop.
No, leave me shop. because now you ask yourself, because what I ate was, I ate akpu with fish. Akpu is here. The fish is just at the back of the river in Port Harcourt there. The shrimp, the sea, and everything. How come that it is this expensive?
It will tell you.
And you can now ask yourself, what an average person is going. In those days, at times we used to say it is 101. So this have you asked yourself what people go through now? Do you know that people do 000 on a daily basis now? And it is that bad. And hunger is the number one. Because we used to say an angry man it's not just it's not an angry. A hungry man now is a terrible man. Because he knows that he has nothing at stake. And when somebody is hungry, he can go out of his way to do anything. So we're talking of insecurity. A hungry man wants to go into crime.
Exactly.
Just to be able to survive. And that's a fact.
But look at the footage here. All these things are produced here.
Exactly.
They are not imported.
They are not, yes.
This is where the minister's comment...
Citizen, it just goes beyond what you are seeing here. Let's take, for example, some of these products. You get it from the farm. Like I said, you get in Obo, my village. you want to transport it to Owerri, or you want to bring it to Lagos. Have you asked yourself the cost of transporting that? Do you know how much diesel is? Do you know how much a liter of diesel is for those vehicles? Do you know how much the liter of fuel, a petrol? That is what we always say. When there's an increase,
I'd like add to that the sharp practices of security men on
those you are not hitting the head on the head now. You just say sharp practices. Those ones are even worse, because if you are hitting from, let's say you are coming from, let me use my state. If you are coming from my state, if you are coming from Owerri, you are coming from Owerri to Onitsha, you can be rest assured that you see not less than 10 checkpoints. At every checkpoint, you must deliver. The IG came up and said, I don't want to see any checkpoints anywhere, but go and see what is on ground. So those are the issues. So it's not just producing. That is the issue. Most of the time, you come to realize there are some factors that add to those, including the bad roads.
Yeah, my trouble is when you say what we are hearing from the minister is simply rhetorical.
He has to prove us wrong.
Yes.
I want him. When we say this, we come here with mode opinions. We've said it on journalists that in 3 months' time that we're going to get worse. Let the minister prove us by it in 3 months' time and tell us and send message to you. I told you people that in the next 3 months, this is proving you wrong. That is how government work.
CKN, 3 months' time would be.
This is June. This is July. September. July, August, September. Just September.
The rains are still here in September.
Well,
yes.
It doesn't stop him from achieving his KPI. If the president achieving KPI, because what we want,
because you cannot tell me that at government level, at the central government level, they don't know what is happening.
Exactly, they know.
They all know. They know what's happening.
Out there, I'm very sure even the minister himself, the minister that is telling us in 3 months' time, they would have been calling him from his village and say, Uncle, we are hungry. Yes. So, because he himself is, if you are the minister of Agri, people will expect that around you there will be food. When I mean around, his community, there should be food there, surplus. You understand? You go to the Ministry of Agri, there should be food there, surplus.
But as I said,
the thing is, he needs, like we are saying, he's saying 3 months, he needs to prove us wrong. He needs to monitor whatever. My own is, I need to see, because I've not really seen the Minister of Agri coming out to tell us, this is what I really want to do. Unlike other ministers. Because, take for instance, I don't like picking comparison, but just look at the Minister of Interior, for instance. He said in 7 days' time, this is what I will do. This is the direction I want to take this ministry to. That is what we want. Because we are having issues with food insecurity.
This is not rocket science.
It's not.
We've had in this country a Minister of Agriculture in the person of Adesina. Remember, he's the president of African Development Bank. Within the short period that young man, I won't say young man because you're damn me to that. The short time he was minister.
He's not an old man.
Okay, sorry.
In the strict sense of.
Okay, he's a young man. So that young man. And we saw what happened within the few years that he was there. You remember what we were doing with rice? At that period. That Nigeria was almost hitting the point of exporting rice to other nations.
Yeah.
And we saw that we were
because we can.
That is, I said, we have the way we have the way we
cannot export in Nigeria.
Yes,
there is
nothing.
Nothing. All we need is for him to give a direction. If we have a minister that can give direction, we will make it. When last did you hear that? Okay, maybe the minister met with commissioners for Agri, for instance, and saying that, in Lagos, what do you have to produce? In Ogun, what do you have to produce? In Kogi, that you are even talking about food inflation, what do you have? Yobe, all of them, Benue, what do you have? Then from there, can you produce this? What do you need? This, by the time we hear all these things as media people, we know it has a direction.
Some days ago on this show, we talked about, we showed in lucid pictures what Governor Sheyi Makinde of Oyo
God bless
is
you.
doing. So it is possible.
It's possible. Look, you need to go there.
Yeah.
He's even taking it away from the regular. He's even using technology.
Yeah.
So if a governor can do that, why can't even a minister, begin to look at, identify states that can help him do his job better.
Yes,
we have said it on this show. The federal government has no farm, but all land
belongs
belongs
to
to
government.
states.
Because
So the land is arable.
yes, now that you even spoke about land, by the Land Use Act, practically all land belongs to government.
Oh yeah.
In each state. And the question you ask us, we'll talk about Shey Makinde. Can we ask other 36 or 35 other governors what they are doing? Because most of it is easier for us to point at the top and say, oh, the minister, federal. What of the governors in the various states? What of the local government chairmen? They are land. Now, I personally have I'm the school of opinion, I may be wrong, is that instead of this money we are sharing to people, giving 50,000, giving 20,000, giving, say we are trying to alleviate poverty, can we channel that money into agriculture and face it squarely?
In fact,
I'm telling you, if you understand what I'm saying, citizens, if we say, yes, let me tell you, if there are certain crops, citizens, there are certain crops that need just 3 months to be able to mature. So if you focus this, if what we need is a revolution in agriculture.
Yeah.
An agricultural revolution. I'm not even talking of security. That issue is very, very fundamental.
Yeah, because once in this country's life, we used to have OFN.
Yes, Operation Feed the Nation.
Yeah.
Under the military administration of
Second Republic.
Second Republic. So you now see that it is not, and I've said it time and time. Agriculture has gone beyond just carrying whole and cutlass and going to the farm.
Yeah.
Citizen.
Mechanized farming.
Mechanized farming.
Yeah.
Mechanized farming. What prevents the government from going back to this this agricultural cooperative we used to have in the past? I will now say about 10 people come together, have a tractor to yourselves, and give them land, tell them what to do. At the end of it, you will be sure that every 6 months they can pay back some of these loans. There's so much money. The fact remains that the people that are making the most money now are not those in the bank. It's those people that are selling food. That mama put or whatever. You cannot get a plate of food for 1,000 naira. Just anywhere.
Just buy one portion of rice.
I say you cannot. You can rice. In fact, with 1,000 naira rice you have is rice with if you understand what I mean.
Okay.
Yes. Now.
So let's take it home now. Asoko, is it possible in 60 seconds to round off marshal your points? Let's. Yeah, so how do you bury it?
Let me bury it like this. Yes, we need a state of emergency to be declared on agri because Nigeria has arable land. Okay, so the minister has to, get his boots on and begin to think, positive, and then give people hope that there will be food in these 3 months or 4 months. We need to see him every day, telling us what he has done or maybe what he has done in the past and what he's doing now. The last time he was just saying 3 months. No, we need to see it practical. Maybe in this state, this is what I've done. In that state, this is what I've done. This is the people that are going. This state, we are going to bring out millet. This is the tons of millet that will be coming. Maize in this other state. Yam in this other state. Nigerians will begin to know that it's serious. Not just about telling us in 3 months' time there will be food.
Have you been to Benue State? Benue Plateau?
Yes. But let me tell you, citizens, if you go to that state, Benue State, the last time my director actually went to Benue, he was telling me that food is expensive in Benue, that you won't even find some food stuff there.
What does that tell you?
It shows you that people are not going to farm anymore.
Yeah.
Something
is wrong.
Yes.
In a minute?
Yeah, we have the word to talk. We have all these rhetorics, especially and the statistics that are being given. I don't believe in most of these statistics. We are very good at giving statistics, unverified statistics. That's in Nigeria. That's what we are good at.
They say statistics are not substitutes for judgment.
This our own. I don't even believe it because most often than not, somebody was telling us on Twitter a few days ago, somebody in government that, potato is now too cheap. Everywhere you see potato, it has gone down from 250,000 to 40. MBS is coming to tell us, part of the release is that potato is too expensive as of June. So what I believe the government should do, my personal opinion is that let us go into full mechanized farming. Very, very important. Let the Minister of Agriculture team up with the commissioners of agriculture. There is no state that does not have a commissioner for agri. When you go down to the local government, they have secretaries for agri. That's within those local councils. They still have. What are they doing? Can we sit down and be able to look at what the problem is and how we, for goodness sake, just we saw what happened in Kenya just a few days ago, just because somebody wanted to increase tax. Now we also see a situation where some government have been brought up because of price of bread. I mean agege bread. Though.
Yes.
Agege bread.
Ordinary bread.
Ordinary bread. Not even this kind of food inflation we're having. Ordinary bread.
Meanwhile, bread here is 1,005 now.
And I said it time again. The rich are not sleeping. Why? Because the poor are weak. That is my personal opinion.
All right. I think in taking this thing home, therefore, I insist, every land is vested in each state in this country.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Benue State is known as the food basket. So if you go through Benue, you marvel at the way food and
I almost broke my bank over and I almost broke my bank over fisherman fish.
I'm very sure you would have fasted back.
No, they would have taken pity on me.
All right, so but I want to, we hold the minister to his promise, 3 months.
Let us prove us wrong. 3 months.
Yeah, 3 months. September. So September. We go wait.
Yes, now.
We wait.
God keep us.
But Honorable Minister, we wish you Godspeed. That's the best way to put it. All right, then. So let's go to our next story. You know, constructive criticism, we're told, is part of governance. The idea is to put leaders in check. But how do we define it when it becomes destructive? The ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, has described as haughty, and being haughty is, they're talking about somebody being proud and arrogant. Haughty and unnecessary. The latest outburst by the senator representing Borno South and a chief whip of the 10th Senate, Mohammed Ali Ndume, claiming that President Bola Tinubu has been caged and therefore unaware of the challenges facing the country. As such, the APC called on Senator Ndume to exercise restraint while commenting on national issues and talking about Mr. President. CKN, okay, we'll go on this break and come back. This story is hanging. We'll go there. Thank you.
Papa, imagine we almost forgot the most important thing.
Like my health condition, I hope the blanket will be sufficient.
Sorry.
Papa, and I'm glad you have not left.
Have you postponed the verification exercise?
No, Papa, you don't have to go anywhere. Look at what I have found. An application that will verify you with the military pension board. Papa, all you need is your NIA or driver's license.
Go to the Google Play Store for Android phone users or App Store for iPhone users on your mobile device and search for Military Pensions Board. Download the application named MPB Verification and follow the instructions for your verification with the Military Pensions Board in 7 easy steps.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
Now that I have been verified, I do not need the blanket to save me for my pension to continue coming in. Take this
Home and quality, wires and cables. Home and come light up your life. Home and want to light up your house. Home and want to give you better. Home and next to ordinary wire. Home and cables, home and wires, home and quality, home and durable, home and capable. Home and cables, home and wires, home and quality, home and durable, home and capable. Everybody, come and see. Home and wires, wonder things. Brother, sister, uncle, auntie, go get your own. Home and wires, home and cables, home and quality, home and durable, home and capable. Home and wires, home and cables, home and quality, home and durable, home and capable.
Home and wires and cable. Great quality. Now with the new look.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
1 year ago,
A new government stepped into the spotlight and took the reins of our nation. The promises were grand, the challenges immense. Daria Media, with the support of the MacArthur Foundation and in partnership with TVC, present The First Year, a comprehensive review of our government's progress, achievements, and the areas that need attention. We will hear directly from the government and the work it has done in the areas of the economy, security, and governance in the last 1 year, with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Witness the transparent assessments of the promises made. Watch and listen directly to government representatives as they engage with ordinary Nigerians. Join us live on TVC, NTA, Radio Now 95.3 FM Lagos, FRCN, and all our social media handles. Date is 17th and 18th of July at 11 a.m.
Okay then, welcome back. Let's go there. It's no longer news that a ranking senator, Senator Ali Ndume, took a swipe at the presidency. Says the presidency is being caged, CKN. Yeah. And but the APC, through Barrister Felix Moka, the party's publicity secretary, is saying, no, that's not how you do it. That the senator has avenues. You know, he's a member of the House. Yes, yes. He's been at the National Assembly since 2003. Yes. First at the House of Reps, and then later he went to the Senate in 2011. Yes. So he's a ranking senator. Yes, first of all. And he belongs in the APC. Yes. So it's not that he's learning the ropes. No. He knows how to see Mr. President, the Commander-in-Chief. Yes, I think first and foremost we have to establish what led to that. It's just we are taking cue from where we stopped about food. He said he mentioned the landmark judgment of last week Thursday. You know, when financial autonomy was granted to the states, and local government. Yes, he also spoke about food. That there's food crisis in the country and the government need to do something about it. Then he now went off-board or overboard, overboard, where he said even ministers cannot see the president. And why I may be concerned is not that he said that, but he also has to ask the platform through which he said it. It was an interview, not to a local broadcast station. I think it was BBC that he spoke to. And that in itself, service. Even at that, it has a way of giving a wrong impression about happening, especially around the president. Because when you are talking about the president is the president of Nigeria. Anything you drop on the president hits every one of us. But let us even take it a bit further. There is a way and manner that you say president. You don't see a president on a daily basis. The president is a very, very busy individual. That is why he has ministers. He has other cabinet people to work with. When issues of this nature happens, did you take it to the right source? We are talking about the Minister of State Agriculture now. The Minister of Agriculture, when he talks of food crisis, I'm sure that is a much more easier person to be able to discuss issue with when it comes to that. In the Senate, there is a Senate committee, I believe, on agriculture and related issues. Have we taken through that route? And when we talk about the ministers, you say the minister cannot say, let me tell you, ministers don't just have access directly to the president just like that. It's not easy. It is not done. There is a clearinghouse. Yeah. That is why you have the SGF. Most of the ministers, the secretary to the government, the secretary to the government of the federation, you have to pass through because he's more of the supervising authority on issues like that when he has to do it. Then there's the chief of staff. If the chief of staff does not clear you, no matter whoever, except you are the president's son or the wife, or somebody or one of the PAs or the ADC who can have direct access. But even at that, even at the president's son, there are instances where the president will be having a meeting. And you cannot see, you can't badge it. I remember we did that at a point. The president even said that his son should not be, was it at the fake meeting? So that is work. So Ali Ndume, the senator, I know he's very, very outspoken on national issues, but there's always a limit. Because
This is a man that is he's been in government, just as you rightly say, citizen. He knows the channel of it. Even the Senate president, as it is. I've been in the National Assembly, and a member of the House of Representatives, high-ranking member of the House of Representatives, want to see the speaker, and they called, and the speaker couldn't pick. He has to call the APP or the chief of staff to this, and he said, "Sorry, ranking, the House of Speaker, you can't see him now. The only time you can be able to see him maybe around 9. That is a member of the House talking of seeing his own speaker. So that is how it works. So I don't think we should take it out of context what he's trying to do, and it is not good.
Barrister Felix Moka said, Senator Ndume's heedless comments smack of an indulgent sense of entitlement to see the commander-in-chief. So would you say he got what he asked for?
Yeah, well, everybody knows that Ali Ndume is very outspoken,
Okay.
When it comes to national issues. But I'm always very concerned about most Nigerian leaders. Whenever they are in front of the foreign media, they start to run down the country. They run their mouth and run down the country. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't. If for instance, it was NTA that he was saying that, we would even know. Anyway, that one, they know what to do.
Or TVC.
You can say whatever you want to say. And then the president, the way it was sounding as if the president has been caged in such a way that
he said that
it's not even, it doesn't even read.
You don't have a
or that it doesn't read.
Or he doesn't know what is going on in the country.
Yeah.
But I can shock him that the president watches everything that is happening. He knows what is happening.
Even journalists hang out.
Yes, he watches journalists.
He watches JH. He does.
Several times the president has gone on occasions and he would, I remember when the president was, I think he was in Lagos here, that the president was telling the NAFDAC DG that, I used to watch your program on TV. The woman was shocked. So that the president even watches what I'm doing. So if it were to be another president that doesn't, but not this man, not the president that we have. Because I know that the president is watching everything, he's listening.
And he listens.
He's listening to everything that is happening. So for you not to have physical access to the president, you are not, if you are not, what do you want to go and see him for? So tell the chief of staff or tell the SGF, then they will book a time for you to go and see the president. If whatever you want to tell the president is important. If it's not important and you want to go there and begin to drink coffee with the president, why would they allow you there? If you want to drink, you can wait for when NEC will come. When the APC is doing their NEC, then you sit down with him.
After the judgment of last Thursday, some senators,
the leaders of the National Assembly went there
to see Mr. President.
Yes, on behalf of all of them.
Yes.
They were
there have been instances
in audience.
On behalf of all of them.
Let us even take it further. There have been instances where the president takes certain decisions, and you see some level of outcry. It has not been happening in the past, not with the last government. You see some outcry, Nigeria will say, no, let us. Before you know it, we just. I know of a president in this country that never, throughout his stay as the president of Nigeria, never for one day rescind any of the decision that he took. Go and say how many. He's human. But the fact
and
is
he has
that
said
most of
he has said that he's human. He will make mistakes.
It is even in the United States of America, you will see the way they work. Even those that work even round the clock with the president, some of them that's why he have advisors. That's why presidents, governors have advisors. The essence is that they whip his ears and eyes on certain issues. For goodness sake, the president is supervising over how many 42? Is it 42 ministries now? MDGs, yes. MDAs. Yes. Then you are now talking of foreign nations, ambassadors, meeting presidents coming to visit Nigeria on a daily basis, and the rest of the president of the chairman of ECOWAS has just been re-elected. I'm sure that at least one or two presidents from other West African countries will be calling him on a daily basis. So he has a lot, but that does not. We should not throw away the child with the bathwater. Ndume has raised. I want to say food. The issue about food. He is germane. Yes. The fact that the cost of Nigerians are suffering, people are not eating. That is a fact. But it is now how you deliver citizens. That's the way that a man can.
But you remember the Senator Asokwa, you will remember when the Minister of, is it aviation now? Yeah. No. The Central Bank decided to move some departments to.
Okay. Yes. The same. Yes. It was raising those. That is the marginalization of the North and the rest of them. That is why I said, let me tell you, you may have a citizen. There's a way you can say as CCK, you are stupid, and I take offense. But there's a way, citizen, the way we used to joke now. There's a way you just say this or Moibo or your Moimo state. You don't say that you hear the worry. The practically the same thing you said, though. But the way and manner, the language with which you did it, for goodness sake.
No, let me call you stupid.
You don't come in. Citizens, you don't come in now. Citizens, you don't come in. So that is language. And when you're a leader, you have to be very, very careful the kind of thing. Because most of the, especially those of us that...
Dume is an opinion leader.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Just like, when you are saying something about those he can meet when it comes to food insecurity. Yeah. For crying out loud, the Minister of Agric is from his state.
You see? It's from the same Borno state routine.
Yes. Borno, yeah. So why can't he walk down there to meet with the minister and say this is the issue?
Do you know the implication of what he's also saying? Is the fact that probably people will assume that the minister have been trying to see the president and include this, and the minister could say, that is what I'm saying.
That's what is
so most of the time we don't know the implication of someone. You could just be that he's indicting the minister.
Exactly.
So if you're talking of food and you're talking of minister, that means you must have met the minister and the minister says, I can't see the president.
I can't see the
General, let's ask. So even Senator Dume himself, would it be easy for his
constituency to see him?
Even him, when you go to Abuja, do you think it's easy to see?
Can you from the gate, from that gate, that big gate?
Is it easy? You should tell me that it's a lot easier to see him than it is
to see any other.
It is for him
to see the president.
Commander-in-Chief. So I think so. He has to. I know, and funny enough, is of the same party, and thank God is a party that is trying to work in line.
And he's a leader of the party.
Yeah,
he is a leader, not just an ordinary member of the party.
Of this nature is not what we need at this time. What we need now is leaders who can, bring hope. I hope to, let people even hear that there's hope. And not about trying to inflame all the crisis.
I remember the words
even
of
the environment. We don't want toxic languages.
Yeah, the words of a particular former American leader will come to mind here. He said, we are not seeking the Republican answer nor the Democratic answer to America's problem. We are seeking American answer to America's problem.
It is.
So you can put that here. We are not looking for APC, PDP, Labour or ABGA.
Citizens, look at what happened in America a few days ago. The shooting of...
yesterday.
You see that everybody, irrespective
on the same
political lane, everybody, when it comes to insecurity or anything happening in the United States, you will not see anybody talking about Democrats, Republicans. They talk as Americans.
Former President Trump praised security for reacting.
Here, if it happens, the first person that we talk will be those in the opposition. Oh, the security is this way. Oh, if you go there. That is why, you see, they said, and there's this thing, I think it was German, one of the leaders of Germany.
The 20-year-old who shot at him, he's a white boy.
He's even a Republican. He's a Republican. They are not saying that. Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that. There's a leader, citizen.
If it was a black boy.
No, leave that one, man. Let me tell you, there's a leader. I think it was the Italian, one of the former Italians. They said, we have created Italy. Let's not create Italians. Either Italians or Spanish. If you understand what I mean. We have created Nigeria. Let us not create Nigerians.
Okay.
Very key.
On that note, gentlemen, let's broach our last but not least subject matter. As the highest court in Nigeria, whose decision is final and binding on all entities in the land, when the Supreme Court makes a decision, everyone falls in line. some states have begun to implement the judgment of the Apex Court regarding local government autonomy in the country. In Taraba State, for instance, Governor Agbu Kefas has constituted a 7-man advisory committee to advise the state government on full implementation of the local government autonomy in pursuant to the verdict. Now, according to a statement by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Yusuf Sanda, the committee will be chaired by the chairman of the House Committee on Local Government and Traditional Affairs, Abel Peter Dyer. Asukwa, they have no choice.
No, they have no choice. You know, this
in the matter.
This is Supreme Court judgment. You know, so everybody has to find a way to cut whatever umbilical cord that they have.
As a matter of fact, of the 22 states that had not had locally
elected using
local government. Delta held the election on Saturday.
Sharp, because they know that something is coming in.
Good.
You understand?
But it's just as well that Governor Kefas is reacting.
Yeah. It's good that he's also reacting. I think his own is that there used to be this joint project that they usually have between the state and the local government, and whereby the states used to have a larger percentage of when it comes to projects and also payment. So sometimes the local government collect loan and the state will be forced to pay those loans. So now it's now saying, okay, fine. Now that they are giving you people money directly and you'll be doing things on your own, it's better we set up a committee to begin to look at the books once again and see how we can differentiate all the things we'll be doing. The ones that are for both of us will now know do the sharing formula in such a way that maybe state will pay 60 and then the local government will pay 40. Yeah. And the ones that are strictly for local government will also go for the local government. Let them use the funds that they now have, to do their project and develop their local government. I think this is a welcome development. But some people I think just like many people are also raising concern, is that the verdict is for finance. But what of how those people are brought in as local government chairman?
No. So, but I hope you are not begging issues here. Because in the lead judgment, Justice Agim said, this has been going on for 1-2 decades now and more and counting. Doesn't make it right. No governor has any right to sack anybody. You remember?
I'm not talking about sacking.
A colleague.
I'm not. Yes, I know. I'm not even talking about.
So
sacking.
You don't.
It's about the governors will still have the say when who is going to be the local government chairman.
No. You are saying Wando is a legal head.
Yes.
So take us there.
Yes, I know what Asoko is saying. Citizen, in the last 48 hours or 72 hours, 2 states have conducted local government elections.
Yeah.
And the ruling party won
everything.
All the local governments. What does that tell you? Something is fishy. Let me tell you, I'm not the type that is above board, believing, it's yet to rule. It's not yet to rule for the local government. Because, irrespective of, I like the judgment on the joint account where it has now been stated that money should be paid directly into the local government.
There's no joint account anymore.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm saying. I said there's a judgment. I said that I like the judgment about the joint account where money will not be paid directly into the coffers of the local government directly. But you can be rest assured that the governors will also find a way around it.
Forget wait. When you hear that the governors after the NGF meeting are studying this.
Did you?
No, some of them.
No. Did you notice their body language?
Yes. When they are studying, hold on. They are studying the verdict, or the pronouncement.
Yes.
Are they going to appeal it?
They can't appeal it. But citizen, you are in Nigeria. We've had so many judgments.
I'm not a local government.
No, I didn't say. You are not even a government. What I'm saying is, this is Nigeria. For goodness sake, the governors are so powerful. The kind of governors we have there is just like, okay, living with president, we have one of the most powerful leaders across board. The local government councillors or local government chairman cannot look any governor straight in the eyes, just like members of the National Assembly. Any senator that looks his governor straight in the eye or House of Reps in the eyes,
now go first blink.
Now go blink first now. You know now, it's just 4 years. And you see that you're not. So most often but what I believe, what I totally suggest is that let the local government run the way they need to run.
That's it.
The development.
CK, that's the essence of this pronouncement.
That is the essence of this pronouncement. Then, but question you are going to ask yourself, who is going to monitor what is happening in the local government? Who is going to monitor it?
Exactly.
Is it the president?
Hold on.
The same state governors.
Asokwa, it means if you all of us here belong in 3 different local governments.
Yes.
Now, the citizen of the local government can hold the chairman accountable.
Yes.
Because note that no local government chairman has immunity.
Yes.
So,
unlike governors. But what I'm saying.
So he has no choice but act.
He will act.
So act.
He will act. And to make it impossible for governors to determine who becomes local government chairman, it will always be a problem. Citizens, whether we like it or not, that is what is happening. Let me take you down.
Let me take you back to 1999.
Yes.
It was INEC that organized local government.
Yes, but the constitution, as it's the present constitution as it is, doesn't give INEC the power. Except we amend that constitution as it were. The power rests with the State Resident Electoral Commission. The fact we ask ourselves is there any way we can straighten that law to make sure that they do the right thing? But let me even draw land.
The law will yet go to the National Assembly for ratification.
Yes.
So we are waiting for that.
Yes. So, but let me lie on this. It is much difficult, and that is what we have been having. It is very, very difficult for us to amend laws in Nigeria. And I've asked, do you know why we have not created one single state? No civilian government, except the First Republic, was able to create any single state in Nigeria. Because of the difficulty. Now,
the Midwest.
Of course, that is what I'm saying. Remember the Midwest, the Western region, the Eastern region. That was only what the Tafawa Balewa regime did. After that, all the states that have been created in Nigeria were created by only military.
Right. Yeah.
So it is the problem within our constitution. And let me take it further. The State House of Assembly is supposed to be independent. You know they are supposed to be independent.
Of the governor.
That is what I'm saying. Is it not the governor that is controlling the State House of Assembly? If they can control State House of Assembly, what are you talking about? We have to learn to paper until the government agencies like EFCC start looking.
CK, listen, Asokwa, they say the Peking way then carry for back, no say the
journey they far.
That's why sometimes the mama they wait to greet somebody. He go they use hand.
They hit up back. Waka, don't tire.
You know, say so. The journey of 1,000 miles, we are told, will begin from a step. CK, the step begins today.
We have started.
The step started. Don't preempt.
No, the step. Let me tell you.
Don't preempt the trip.
Citizen, why do we read history? Why do we study history? We study history because
Otto von Bismarck reminds me that one poignant lesson of history is that man does not learn from history.
That is what is it not what I say? That's what we're saying. That's what I'm saying.
So that is it. So it's not
until
you get angry over.
Yes,
it's just a reality.
No. If I'm going to court now, you go.
You go pay. You know, say not be pro bono, but the fact remains that I am happy. All of us are happy with the decision of the Supreme Court.
That's exactly.
Very, very important. It has also stated
but
whether we can be able to see it through with the kind of leaders and governors that we have presently is what I yet to see.
All right, we must go, gentlemen. But you know, they talk about restructure the polity. It begins from somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
We are starting. It's gradual.
All right, Asokwa James, the backroom boys are asking me to thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
No less so, CK.
Citizens, I want you to, as you are leaving, to just come and contest for a local government chairman.
Okay. After when we leave here, that's it on the show, gentlemen. Please. If you missed any part of it, not to worry. Later tonight at 11, a repeat broadcast will take your airtime. But don't forget the Sunday fair when we expand the fare for you from between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. Also to add, we are on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Citizen Jones Hussein. Bye-bye now. Take care.
Closer to your champion.
Stay connected for every medal moment from the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. Get closer to your champions with Supersport on DSTV, the home of entertainment.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. You're watching ShopX TV, home to some of the most popular international brands in Africa, including Gotham Hammered Collection, Genie Bra, Bionic Floodlight, Spot X, Total Crunch Evolution, and more. And we are now proud to introduce our biggest offer of the year, the ShopX Mid-Year Sales. Yes, from now until the end of July 2024, we will be offering our customers 20,000 Naira off this amazing kitchen collection. Tired of pans that scratch and stick or cookware that takes up valuable space in your kitchen? Introducing ShopX Gotham Hammered Copper Collection, the perfect cookware to upgrade your cooking experience. The Gotham Hammered Copper Collection features a super durable ultra non-stick surface. Eggs stick to other pans, but with the Hammered Copper Collection, they slide. The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. You're watching ShopX TV, home to some of the most popular international brands in Africa, including Gotham Hammered Collection, Genie Bra, Bionic Floodlight, Spot X, Total Crunch Evolution, and more. And we are now proud to introduce our biggest offer of the year, the ShopX Mid-Year Sales. Yes, from now until the end of July 2024, we will be offering our customers 20,000 Naira off this amazing kitchen collection. Tired of pans that scratch and stick or cookware that takes up valuable space in your kitchen? Introducing ShopX Gotham Hammered Copper Collection, the perfect cookware to upgrade your cooking experience. The Gotham Hammered Copper Collection features a super durable ultra non-stick surface. Eggs stick to other pans, but with the Hammered Copper Collection, they slide right out. Incredible! It's oven safe up to 500 degrees. Any recipe can be made in these pans, and then it wipes clean with ease. Make mouth-watering jollof rice or even fluffy pounder with ease, because nothing sticks.
I needed a cookware to keep up with me. The Gotham Hammered Collection has been a game changer. No more burnt meals or hours spent scrubbing pots.
The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu, do solemnly swear.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for joining us on the program Beyond 100 Days. I am Abosede Adeniro Adiremi. Join the conversation on X using the hashtag Beyond 100 Days and tag TVC News NG. Let's begin with the latest from the United Arab Emirates, where the government there has finally lifted visa restrictions imposed on Nigerians. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, confirmed this to State House journalists after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Bola Tinubu. Mr. Idris said the federal government and the UAE authorities have reached an agreement vacating travel restrictions imposed on Nigerians with immediate effect. And now to the political development in Rivers, where the State House of Assembly has declared a shutdown of government expenditure. This follows the expiration of the 7-day ultimatum given to Governor Siminalayi Fubara to present the 2024 budget before the House. We have details in this report.
In December 2023, governors given to him.
There's nothing we can do.
We are legislators, we are representing our people, and this is the mandate that they've given us. So that's our report. We are just bringing it to you to let you know. We are recommending a total shutdown of expenditure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I align myself with the submission of the leader that there should be total shutdown until such a time when the government will be prepared to function with a valid and proper budget duly presented to a house that is known to law as we are seated today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The law has said how the public funds of the state should be spent. Our governor has totally ignored the provisions of our ground law. Mr. Speaker, that is why I want to totally align myself with the leader of this House and of course of the Deputy Speaker that there should be a total shutdown. We have no requisite competence or authority to go against the prescriptions of the Constitution.
In its resolution, the Assembly said the governor and all government offices are no longer authorized to spend state funds.
The implication, honorable members, is that the governor can no longer legitimately authorize expenditure from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of River States, and by extension, all ministries, departments, extra ministerial departments, agencies, commissions in River States are no longer permitted to spend taxpayers' money. That is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
It is unclear how this decision will be implemented, as all resolutions sent from the Assembly to the governor in the past have not elicited the corresponding result. Governor Buhari insists the lawmakers have lost their seats on account of their alleged defection from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress.
Publicity Secretary, APC River State Caretaker Committee, Chibike Ikenga, joins me now from River State. Good to have you on the program, Mr. Ikenga.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's talk about this 7-day ultimatum that the Martins Amewule-led House of Assembly declared. And what really is your own interpretation and understanding of shutdown of the state expenditure?
Okay, quickly, you'd recall that the last time I appeared here, I did mention that after the Court of Appeal judgment, that it was another opportunity for Governor Buhari to mend fences with the House of Assembly and then kickstart the processes of taking Rivers people in a united front for development. But I also presented to you a caveat that the governor is known to disobey court judgments, disobey prescriptions of the Constitution, and that he was not going to obey.
Mr. Ikenga, that allegation, Mr. Ikenga, that allegation is gross, it's weighty, and let's just really understand and remember the fact that, this is national television, so you would need to back up whatever claim you make, with some form of evidence.
Yes. Furthermore, that same day, after the Court of Appeal judgment, the governor was seen in the media publicly saying that he does not recognize the Martin Amewule-led House of Assembly as Speaker and member, that he doesn't. The same day that Court of Appeal did set aside all actions that we are taking, and including the positions of Oko Jumbo and friends who claim to be in charge of the House Assembly. Be that as it may, after that judgment was given by the Court of Appeal, I did say that this is another opportunity for Governor Buhari to unite the state and put everybody together for the greater good of the people. Now, it was on the basis of that when the Martin Amewule-led House of Assembly met, they gave the governor another new lease of life. Say, look, let us start afresh, present the budget. And if that is presented, then we can start. And then they gave him 7 days ultimatum within which he can present the budget. I know that the governor will refuse, and he refused. So having refused that, like he did refuse to obey the Court of Appeal judgment, like he also did refuse to obey the letters and prescriptions of the presidential proclamation for peace, which the president midwifed, to ensuring that there is peaceful coexistence between the Rivers State House of Assembly and the state governor. I know that all that he did not respect. More so, the governor does not respect constitutional provisions. So it is on the basis of that, mind you, that the Rivers State House of Assembly is elected to safeguard the people. to safeguard the interests of the people. Mind you also that this is the reason why Montesquieu and others propounded the theory of separation of powers to check executive rascality. And you know what we have in Rivers State has been continuously and continually exhibiting executive rascality.
Mr.
And that
Ikenga.
is what the government...
Yeah, Mr. Ikenga, don't you think this is some form of delayed tactics by these lawmakers, and which has the potential of further drawing Rivers State back from development?
I don't know what you mean by delayed tactics. I'm saying that they gave him an ample opportunity to represent the budget so they can start. Assuming without considering that the governor presented the budget and the House of Assembly held down the budget and giving reasons why they cannot pass the budget, then it will be public outcry against the House of Assembly members. But as it is, the governor has continued to tread on the path of unconstitutionality. That's what he's doing.
But
And
Mr.
you know that
Ikenga, the governor had in December presented this budget of about 800 billion naira to the State House of Assembly, and which was approved and which is what the state government is running on. So why would the House at this point now, choose to, just call this total shutdown in the system?
No, he did not present it to the Rivers State House Assembly. He presented it to a factional assembly which he created for that purpose.
At that time, did this assembly exist?
Sorry, 1 minute. The decision of the Court of Appeal has vitiated whatever that has happened, because the Court of Appeal stated clearly that every decision that we are taking at by that group committee of friends under Okojombo are null and void. Mind you, before then, there was a Federal High Court judgment from Justice Omotosho, which did order the governor as well to present this budget to the validly nominated House of Assembly, which is under Right Honorable Martins Amewule, and the governor refused. So the governor had always prepared to undermine court judgments, undermine constitutional provisions, and then create more problems and fester crisis in Rivers State. That's why we're where it is.
That is an allegation, Mr. Ikenga, and I would not, allow you continue with that line of thought here. Even if you would make any allegation, we've got to be civil with it because this is national television. And I was going to say that the governor has actually rebuffed this. He's called it delusional, and he has said that he's already preparing the 2025 budget.
Well, I take exception to the fact that you say I'm not civil with my criticism about the actions of the governor. I take exception to that because I've been very civil. I'm talking about constitutional provisions and the governor's actions that negates those sections of the constitution. That is civil criticism. It does not. I do not take the governor personally. I take his policies, and that's why we are here. We must continue to let the public know the failures of the government, particularly with policy issues and how it affects the Rivers people. I can tell you, the governor is known to have always disobeyed court judgment. I've told you, one, Justice Omotosho gave a judgment which has not been appealed. Neither has any superior court nullified that judgment, that he should present the budget to the House that is led by Martins Amewule. He failed. Two, there is a Court of Appeal judgment which has said that Okojombo and friends never existed as members of House of Assembly. Neither did Honorable Edison here claim speakership exist, that he never existed. The governor refused to obey them. These are facts that are known to Nigerians and known to even you, the media. So we are not talking about things that we cannot substantiate. We are saying that the governor is interested with his actions and inactions, which have continued to fester disunity, which has continued to make peace elude us here in Rivers State and retard development continually. That is the position we are here.
Mr. Kenga, would you say with clear conscience that the Martins Amewule-led House and team are actually towing the path of peace in this whole situation?
100%. They are peaceful. They have not carried clubs and arms against the executive. They have maintained their position that they must abide by the constitutional provisions and pronouncements of the courts. Remember that when a state high court in Rivers State here stopped them from participating or claiming that they are members of the House of Assembly, they held back. They waited until such a time they got reprieve from the Court of Appeal. How else can you judge them to be peaceful other than obeying the rules and regulations as put forward by the Constitution as well as court pronouncements?
So what really matters at this time? Rivers people need to move on. There needs to be development in the state. The election date has been set. Elections need to hold, and there has to be peace in Rivers State. Are you guaranteeing that the APC is willing and ready to abide by all policies, all decisions, all initiatives brought forward at this time to ensure and entrench peace in the South state?
For APC, we have always been peaceful. We have been obeying the Constitution, and we are not taking up arms against anybody. As a party, we take our decisions based on international best practices and what the Constitution has said. Let me remind you, elections, you have said, have been fixed. Who made the budget preparation for the election? Was it presented to the House of Assembly? Was it passed? And then how is it going to be funded? These are the issues. And then, mind you, we did mention as APC that the first stakeholders engagement that took place, the Rivers Independent Electoral Commission did not invite the APC. They excluded us. And we are yet to get explanations as to why we were excluded. Doing so, ab initio, amounts to exclusion, and excluding us means that they have things that they want to do against us that are not guaranteed under the law. So these are some of the issues that must be straightened out before we go into any election, so to speak.
All right, Mr. Ikenga. Publicity Secretary, APC Rivers State Caretaker Committee, Chibike Ikenga. Thank you for joining us on the program.
My pleasure always. Thank you.
From Rivers, let's now turn attention to Kogi State, where reactions are continuing to trail the Court of Appeal judgment affirming the election of Usman Ododo as a governor of the state. Let's take a moment. When we come back, we'll delve into that in full.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. Without the news from every perspective. Covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
Welcome back to the program. Governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party in Kogi State, Murtala Ajaka, has rejected the ruling of the Court of Appeal now affirming the election of Usman Ododo as a governor, and says he is urging and forging ahead to the Supreme Court. He urged his supporters to be calm about his loss at the Court of Appeal. Joining us live now is spokesperson of the Social Democratic Party in Kogi State, Isaiah Ijele. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you, Bosse, for having me.
Well, your party's candidate lost at the tribunal, lost at the Court of Appeal, and he now says he's heading to the Supreme Court. What is the guarantee that he would win there?
Okay, thank you, Bosse, for that question. And first of all, I want to let you know that we have confidence in the Supreme Court. We are confident of what we have presented by our legal team. We are confident of all that have been shown to the court for the first time, that Beavers was ventilated in an open court, where each accreditations of the polling unit where we are contending was, taken by the judges. And even the motion that brought in about the PW1, the INEC representative that came to display the Beavers in court, was contended with, by Ododo lawyers and the APC lawyers. And it was overruled by the tribunal judges themselves, headed by Justice Brini Kudu, in favor of SDP, that the PW1 is a representative of INEC, and they don't expect the SDP and its candidate to do the impossible by front-loading somebody that they know. So PW1 is an agent of Electoral Commission. Now, the same Electoral Commission that sent this person gave him an access code to all the beavers. During the cross-examination, he said there are two procedures to assess the beaver, which is the one code and the facial recognition. And he demonstrated both procedures in the court and opened each polling unit by polling unit. But said, let me tell you this. This same case went down to appeal court and to Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled in the favor of SDP and Murtala Yakubu Ajaka that the tribunal judges acted according in the confines of the law, and that it is a self-inflicted injury on the side of the APC and its candidate Usman Ododo. Now, the same Court of Appeal turned around to say it is a mistake. I wouldn't have even ordered in the first place. It is impossible because you cannot front-load the person you don't know. If I kept saying this, a CCTV that have a record, a real time of criminal that entered your house cannot be compared to a passerby or your neighbors. So that is the problem. So now,
Mr. Ijele, I hear you. I hear you, but do you realize this is just one leg, one aspect of this whole litigation process that has been on? And now you say you want to head to the Supreme Court. So I'm really asking about what your confidence is and what your reaction would be if the Supreme Court does not rule in your favor.
You see, boss, we are talking about constitution here. We are talking about 2022 electoral bill that brought in about the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we, the people of Kogi State, are urging him and begging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that the legacy he said he will leave should be to start from Kogi State. Kogi State was a total bypass of the beavers.
Are you insinuating that the president, Mr. Ijele, are you insinuating that the president should interfere in the affairs of the electoral umpire and in the judiciary?
The Chief Justice or the Attorney General said it 3 days ago, that justice is no longer for common men in Nigeria. That means there is something that is fundamentally wrong with the appeal court. And so far, the Supreme Court have upheld a lot of cases that are to the favor of the beavers. See, this is the first time that beavers was ventilated in the court. And we believe strongly that this country right now, see, if beavers is allowed not to function, if these shenanigans by professors that are leading INEC allowed to stand, trust me, Bossede, Sambisa Forest will produce 10 million votes in 2027. And they are going to produce 10 million from each local government and nothing will happen. In 2023, the hope of all Nigerian youth lies on the beavers. We came into the electioneering process because beavers we were told that beaver has come to stay by Professor Mahmood in Chatham House and in several of his meetings. And that was the confidence of the youth. And that is one of the principal reasons that many figures were not inflated against the current president in 2020.
So what are now your concerns? Because it does appear that you believe in the ability of the beavers to cause a positive change, which was the reason it was introduced into our electoral system. So what is your grouse now with this machine?
The issues, accreditation, this is the problem. A polling unit, accreditation is 100, then the total votes cast at the same polling unit is 1,000. Accreditation 100, the same polling unit 200. It cannot allow to stay. On IREF, it is the same thing. Now, this same thing happened in Osun State, and beavers was asked to be brought to court to ventilate. And the same beaver was brought to court and ventilated in our case. So, unfortunately, the same tribunal turned around. Now, assume they refused to turn around and uphold the same judgment that they gave in favor of the beavers. Trust me, we will be at the Lugard House. And we see, this is another...
the judiciary, judges, Mr. Ijele, please, for a moment. The judiciary would always tell you that they are not Father Christmas. They would only adjudicate based on evidence presented before them. It therefore means that whoever is alleging needs to prove, because the burden of proof now lies on you to justify why you think that your candidate should actually be the winner. But then back to the question I asked you earlier. What would be the position of your party if the judgment of the Supreme Court does not go in your favor?
And I will ask you this. 2022 electoral bill has come to stay. The same Supreme Court gave the judgment in the favor of the SDP Amurtala Yakubu Ajaka that it is self-inflicted injury on the side of Ododo. They cannot back down on that judgment. What we are asking for is look into the Beavers report. All we are asking for, get into the Beavers, get into the accreditation. And once that is done, we'll be ahead with over 100,000 votes. You see, Kogi State, we suffered a lot to come this far. During the process of the electioneering, process, I was a victim. I was almost assassinated. I escaped by divine, God.
Well,
by divine mercy.
Mr. Ijele,
we cannot, yes.
Yes, I was also going to just talk about the fact that I would like to know what the position of your candidate is, because obviously the governor has, extended the olive branch and he wants everyone to work with him to take Kogi State, to higher heights. But then I would really have just wanted to know what your candidate would do. Are you willing to work with this government to move the state forward in just about 15 seconds?
Bosse, I will respond to this your question. When someone, able to forge document of your house, send you off the house, send you pack of your own house, and then tomorrow come begging you and say, come and be my gate man or come and occupy my boys' quarter. Then we shall discuss. I will respond to this question. For now,
they have to leave the.
I have nothing to say about this.
All right, let's wait for what happens when you head to the Supreme Court, and we'll see what the conclusion is. But then we should. It's good to mention at this point that we will be reaching out to the APC and the governor of Kogi State for their reaction to some of the allegations that you, Mr. Ijele, have made here. Thank you so much for your time, spokesperson, Social Democratic Party, Kogi State. Yes, you want to land on that?
Okay, yes, please, boss, I want to say something again. You asked of the second ground, which is the forgery, the forged affidavit. We brought in the register of this High Court and testified to the fact that the affidavit was a forged affidavit.
Mr. I believe you are going to
that cannot be a pre-election.
To make your position at the Supreme
Yes,
Court.
of course. Because
thank you so much for sharing your position with us.
The judges are not going to tell us that I can steal today and then tomorrow, because I'm not caught today, I'll go scot-free tomorrow. It's not possible.
Right then, I saw Ijele is spokesperson.
And I know.
Democratic Party. We really need to end this conversation. Time is no longer our friend. Thanks a lot, Mr. Ijele.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, that's our program today. Watch a repeat broadcast at midnight and at 6 a.m. I am Abosedi at Denira Deremi. Bye for now.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu do solemnly swear Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
1 year ago, a new government stepped into the spotlight and took the reins of our nation. The promises were grand, the challenges immense. Daria Media, with the support of the MacArthur Foundation and in partnership with TVC, present The First Year, a comprehensive review of our government's progress, achievements, and the areas that need attention. We will hear directly from the government and the work it has done in the areas of the economy, security, and governance in the last 1 year, with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Witness the transparent assessments of the promises made. Watch and listen directly to government representatives as they engage with ordinary Nigerians. Join us live on TVC, NTA, Radio Now 95.3 FM Lagos, FRCN, and all our social media handles. Date
the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
Your TV station of the year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair, and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Wherever you see destruction, it's because God is absent. There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much? More abundant. I prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to yet another edition of NAFDAC and Your Health, where NAFDAC, the agency that is charged with the responsibility of safeguarding the health of Nigerians, intimates you on the various ways in which it ensures that you remain healthy. My name is Amanda Ugo. The last edition of NAFDAC and Your Health focused extensively on the giant strides by the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, towards transforming and repositioning NAFDAC. This is the training series on leadership, anti-corruption, and ethical values. It also discussed the factors that necessitated the training, the area of focus, what the training is intended to achieve, and the processes of the training. Today on the program, we'll be looking at the significance of emotional intelligence and other areas of concentration in the training that are considered pivotal to the desired paradigm shift in leadership, anti-corruption, and ethical values. We'll also be looking at practical exercises employed by the facilitator to enable the participants to have proper understanding of the teachings. The components comprised in the training on leadership, anti-corruption, and ethical values, organized at the instance of the Director General of NAFDAC, were necessitated by the values intended to be inculcated in the entirety of the regulatory agency's workforce to achieve the transformation and repositioning drive of Professor Mojisola Adeyeye's regime. Key among these values is emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence is not just NAFDAC, it's life. When you wake up in the morning and you see an email, a WhatsApp, say, do this for me, do this for me before 10 o'clock. I'm talking to one of my staff, do this for me, do this. First of all, you don't even know what is going on in that staff's life. Good morning, how are you? Sometimes you hug for the family, but at least good morning. Please, could you do this? Thank you. It doesn't show that you are weak as a leader. It shows that you respect your staff. It shows your staff may be having a bad day. Whether it's afternoon or evening or whatever, you don't want to add to the situation. You use, again, humanness. Most staff in NAFDAC are married. Many are women. Many are men trying to make ends meet. Women trying to see how the children are doing in school or whatever, whatever. If you have news about anything like that, put that first. Even if there is a pressure to do A, B, C, D. I learned that this happened. I'm so sorry. No, I hope everything will be okay. No. You are pouring. You are filling the tank. Yeah. You are filling the tank of that staff. Whether that staff has cried before coming to work or something has happened, instead of deflating, you are inflating, filling the tank that somebody cares, that I'm not alone in a way, even if the staff has not told you anything. That is part of what has also worked for me. And it is not like I learned it overnight. It was also life training me, and also experience and training that I have gotten before coming to NAFDAC, and that I'm also getting. In our Bible, in Paul's writing, he will greet you and greet you and greet you and greet you. Corinthians, this, that. But I have something bad to say about you. But he has already greeted them. He has already regarded them as human beings. But he did not also cover up their weaknesses. If I have a staff that is very, very good in one area, and in particular area is not that good, I will pursue that area where that staff is very, very good. I will use it or her. However, I will point out in a gentle way, because we are all human beings. We have flaws. If you think you have flaws, then you treat other person more gentle in a way. For emotional intelligence, I will use an example of my own children, bringing them up. If they do something, I can talk with them, I can spank them, spank them. Yes, the Bible says, spare the rod, spare the child, but do not abuse. You don't punish, you discipline. When any of them did something wrong, it may be talk. Again, there are many. I have 3 children, and they respond differently. One you cannot spank. You say it didn't hurt. One, before you see the rod, she sees the rod, she will start crying. That's one person that rod can have effect on. The other one, he said, it doesn't hurt me. The other one is in between. So you have to know each child, in this case, in our case, staff. That doesn't mean 2000 that I know everybody. No. It is interactions, what I will call lucky interactions. Whenever our paths cross and whatnot, we exchange words and whatnot. Emotional intelligence is also on the job learning. I've learned so much on this job. I've never had responsibility for over 2,000 people. Of course, I've taught thousands of students, but they are always in batches of 30, of 60 of whatever.
Dr. Aminu Gusau, the facilitator and the instructor, also explains the meaning and significance of emotional intelligence, which made it one of the focal points during the training.
Emotional intelligence is a model of itself. We know what emotional intelligence means, and we can all define what emotional intelligence is. Can we go ahead, chapter 3, define emotional intelligence? 1, 2, go. Another one. Yes, perfect. A great leader, a good leader, a real leader cannot go into transformation. Number one, without what? Yes, but tell me one more. Vision. You know, we say visionless, and you don't have a vision, you are not a leader. You can be a nominal leader, but you cannot be a real leader.
The connectivity between emotional intelligence and transformative leadership is further explained by Dr. Aminu Gusau.
Oh, definitely you transform. But remember, some transformation, you produce even, what do you call it? This damage, collateral damage. People will resist. So in the process of resisting something, some people may even lose their jobs.
The program continues after the short break. Please stay with us. Welcome back. You are still watching NAFDAC and Your Health. The 3-day training on leadership, anti-corruption, and ethical values, which took place in the various zones of NAFDAC's operations, also focused on other core values that are germane to the paradigm shift that aligns to leadership in the 21st century, like thinking outside the box.
How do you think differently? It's by you concentrating in something new through creative thinking. Everything we do in our lives, even our walking, there's some creative thinking in that. Walk this way so that you don't fall, or your shoes, you're wearing high heel, you can. So we continue to be creative in our thinking. And innovation. All these inventions you hear, do you think inventions are coming without thinking? They are thinking outside the box. The next thing I want to ask you, when this team, we are not done with it, they always a continuous exercise. Some people are not eating breakfast now. Okay, I can understand that. Sorry about that. Because anytime I will say a flask, pouring tea. Now, a question for you. Why we are always saying, why even the whole concept, thinking outside the box, B-O-X. Box is there, is locked up with a key and a lock. Why do we say we think outside it? We don't even want to know what is inside. Now, what is inside that box? Is it like a cobra snake? Or is it like black scorpion? Or what is it? What is it that we don't even want to address the inside of the box? Completely and forever we want to do away with it. Why? Okay.
Because what's inside the box already known.
The known. The what?
Common knowledge. Common knowledge.
No, try to be very simple to understand what we are saying.
Dr. Aminu Gusau taught the participants on accountability at the workplace, giving examples and sharing personal experiences. Another activity at the training was the forming of syndicate groups. A movie, Lean on Me, was watched
and the groups made presentations after analyzing the movie. Employee Life Circle also formed part of the focal point of the training.
Again, we also, there is something that I train them on employee life cycle. Basically and simply, for us to know that you cannot progress in any organization without being disciplined. And the progression from discipline to becoming a role model, to becoming a coach, and eventually to a period of exit. The point is, no matter how you are, no matter how much you love your organization, no matter how you really feel about that organization, time is coming that you must leave. And that employee life cycle continues without you. The only thing about you is you look back and say, what have I done? Have I developed anybody? Have I created avenue for development? Have I done my job as I'm supposed to do? Was I a good role model? Was I a good coach? Now, at this point of exit, you can't turn the clock back. It's impossible.
Members of staff in the higher cadre who had participated in the training also speak on their experiences.
This training actually has been very, very instructive. Though we've been having a number of training on emotional intelligence and on leadership, but this very one took a new and a different dimension, because the very concept of emotional intelligence, which is very, very critical, especially in transformational leadership, has now been more expanded, and it is a kind of leadership that has empathy, sympathy, and the rest of them, and making sure that it gets the work done with minimal kind of push, because you get other people involved with the work and make sure that they themselves own the various tasks, and let it be seen to show to them that they are very, very important in the scheme of things, especially in carrying out the vision of this very agency in safeguarding the health of the nation and ensuring that we be a world-class regulatory agency that ensure that only the very best kind of regulated product, food, drugs, medical devices, chemicals, and the rest of them are put out there for the generality of our people.
The management has done extremely well. I think this is needed, from time to time. We've actually been having things like this. We've had it last year, and we're having it again. So we are actually, getting more enlightened, and also able to deliver on our job very easy.
This is a very good program because it's a leadership program, and this goes beyond just the technical skills. It's important at different levels in life to have the technical skills, but the level where we are now, we're playing managerial roles, and it is important that we are skilled in leadership. It is important that we know how to coordinate people, how to manage people, how to manage our emotions, how to manage ourselves, and these are the things that we're learning in this program, and we're doing very well.
Management has done greatly well. I feel this is noble because we all need this. It is just a reminder to ourselves, and for management to think of this is part of the transformation that we're talking about.
Many of us who have been newly promoted as directors, it was an opportunity for us to have a clear management perspective on their stance, on management stance against corruption, and also management issue, particularly like emotional intelligence, the need for us to show empathy, the need for us to show sympathy, the need for us to always put ourselves in the shoe of our staffs whenever we are taking a decision. And then it also enabled us to better understand our vision and mission and propel us to achieve greater heights for the agency.
This is a very good initiative of the Director General to enable this training on anti-corruption and ethical values. Yes, in the Drug Registration and Regulatory Affairs Directorate, we deal with a lot of clients. So it's important that we ensure that work standards meet expectations. We have to be very ethical in all we do, very transparent, be very high on integrity, because they say integrity is telling who you are when nobody is looking.
Management of the agency has brought this training for not only directors but all cadres of officers within the agency. And part of the training also includes leadership, and the kind of leadership we expect in the 21st century. You have to lead not as a nominal person, but you have to lead as a person that people will emulate, and you have to mentor, and you have to mentor people. You have to mentor people so that generationally, the ethos, the credos of NAFDAC will be maintained.
What the training does to expose you, it's an expose on the danger of corruption. One act, the impact on the society is immeasurable. It's a dangerous impact on the society. So what the training does is to tell us, look at this picture. If you do this and this, the society suffers. You put the society on trial because of your selfishness. And the corrupt person does not care. Once he gets what he wants, his interest is served. He doesn't care if this society falls. It's not his business. So long as he has satisfied himself, and probably to the benefit of himself and his family, whatever happens does not concern him. But that's what he's teaching us, that look, integrity pays.
We're making them to really understand those aspects. We're making them, what I'm doing is I'm trying to bring the best out of them. When you say competencies, when you say qualities, when you say skills, the participants have really developed this over time. But I'm bringing it out so they know they have them, and then they start utilizing this. And I'm also doing everything to guide them. Anytime corruption thrives in NAFDAC, it's corruption with impunity, because it's a corruption that does not have a human face. If you are working in NAFDAC, NAFDAC can send you here. We do a program, and those things you imbibe, your focus is NAFDAC. Do not waste your time thinking, oh, something is wrong in Nigeria, something else. Why not put your own? Why not be free of corrupt practices? Why not be efficient on your job? Why not be able to possess that integrity as a staff of NAFDAC?
Looking at the core value of the agency, the qualities that the modern leadership possess and the importance, one is pride and professionalism. You are a professional in your field, such that whenever you're given a task, you deliver. Second is resilience, the ability to be able to go through rigor, stress, and pay the price to uphold the corporate image of your agency whenever you're given a responsibility. And the third one we learned during the training is integrity, transparency, just being truth. We were told to say the truth before you are asked, and always say the truth. So whatever it takes, just be plain and shelve corruption and other vices that will tarnish your image and that of the agency. And four is dedication. Dedication to your work, irrespective of whether you are being supervised directly or not, and irrespective of whether there's an eye watching you or not, you are conscious that you've taken an oath to represent your agency and also uphold and defend the health and the safety of the citizens.
Training was actually an interesting one, and personally I learned a lot. As a good leader, I am meant to stand out exceptionally well and then be able to carry people around me along in all that I do. I must be transparent and I must be accountable for all that I do. Again, as a good leader, I should be for everybody. I should not create factions. From the training, we were meant to understand that as a leader, I should be firm in my resolves and make sure that all that I do, I should think outside the box and not maintain the status quo mode.
Thank you for watching today's episode of NAFDAC and Your Health. We shall be back again, same time, same station next week for another insightful package. If you have any information on the activities of peddlers of fake, expired or substandard food products, drugs, cosmetics or medical equipment, please do not hesitate to reach out to NAFDAC.
You can reach NAFDAC via toll-free numbers. For inquiries, call 0700-162-3322. For complaints, call 0800-162-3322. You may also email NAFDAC at nafdac.gov.ng. If you have complaints about any form of misconduct, you can reach the Reforms Unit via email reforms@nafdac.gov.ng or call the Reforms hotlines on 0909 763 0506 or 0909 763 0507. NAFDAC, customer focused, agency minded.
Do not forget that it is criminal to produce, import, market, distribute, advertise or sell unwholesome food products, fake or substandard drugs, chemical and medical equipment. Do not engage in these unlawful acts that endanger the lives of the Nigerian people. Make it a date with us on our next episode. Until then, goodbye.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. You're watching ShopX TV, home to some of the most popular international brands in Africa, including Gotham Hammered Collection, Genie Bra, Bionic Floodlight, Spot X, Total Crunch Evolution, and more. And we are now proud to introduce our biggest offer of the year, the ShopX Mid-Year Sales. Yes, from now until the end of July 2024, we will be offering our customers 20,000 Naira off this amazing kitchen collection. Tired of pans that scratch and stick or cookware that takes up valuable space in your kitchen? Introducing ShopX Gotham Hammered Copper Collection, the perfect cookware to upgrade your cooking experience. The Gotham Hammered Copper Collection features a super durable ultra non-stick surface. Eggs stick to other pans, but with the Hammered Copper Collection, they slide right out. Incredible! It's oven safe up to 500 degrees. Any recipe can be made in these pans, and then it wipes clean with ease. Make mouth-watering jollof rice or even fluffy pounder with ease, because nothing sticks.
I needed a cookware to keep up with me. The Gotham Hammered Collection has been a game changer. No more burnt meals or hours spent scrubbing pot.
Eddie angers the rat was story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to Warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Hello, thanks for joining us. This is TVC News at 7. Our top stories tonight. Federal government reaches an agreement with the United Arab Emirates for Nigerian passport holders to obtain visas for travel. Amewule-led House of Assembly shut all expenditures of the Rivers State government until Governor Fubara presents his budget before the House. Also, Nigeria judge in Florida throws out the classified documents case against U.S. former President Donald Trump. In sports, England players arrive home from Germany after 2024 Euro final heartache. We start off in the nation's capital, where the federal government has announced that it has reached an agreement with the government of the United Arab Emirates to lift the visa restrictions on Nigerian passport holders. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, disclosed this to State House correspondents shortly after this week's Federal Executive Council meeting. He said the agreement includes updated controls and conditions to facilitate obtaining UAE visa. The resumption of visas will be effective from July the 15th.
I was recall that he had met the organized private sector. He had also met the subnationals after the tripartite committee on labor submitted its report, in order to ensure that there is a thorough analysis of the situation, so that government will come up with a minimum wage that works for all Nigerians, the federal government, the subnationals, and the organized private sector. That was also discussed today, and government has directed the Ministry of Budget to also come up with additional 2024 additional support for the 2024 budget.
For more updates, TVC State House correspondent Femi Akonde joins me on the news. Femi, give us more update on this, especially this part that says updated controls and conditions. Tell us more.
Yes, all of that control and conditions will be provided by the UAE government, by its immigration office in the UAE. But you know, that lifting of the ban imposed on Nigerian passport takes effect from today. We have seen the Minister of Information and National Orientation using the X handle of the ministry to tweet, and we're also seeing the UAE embassy in Nigeria retweeting that, and that is an endorsement of that announcement made by the federal government that ban has been lifted. You know, it's significant because there was also an initial announcement made by the federal government in the past, but it appeared as if at that time that arrangement has not been properly tidied up, and then the UAE came out to say, well, all of that is still work in progress. Talks are still ongoing, but for now, categorically, that ban has not been lifted. And then, you know, Nigeria and the UAE, you know, they enjoy a strategic and mutually beneficial relationship that started in 2007. And, you know, they are also Nigeria and the UAE also have a bilateral trade agreement. Nigeria exports about $750,000 worth of goods. These goods are gold, wood, charcoal, and some other things to the UAE annually. So we expect that this mutually beneficial relationship between Nigeria and UAE will further be enhanced and strengthened with the lifting of this ban. And in the coming days, we also expect the T's to be crossed and the I's to be dotted in terms of tidying up all other diplomatic issues that may slow down the implementation of these or the full implementation of this ban that has just been lifted. Precious.
Femi, interesting you mentioned that endorsement, which is the tweet, you know, that was retweeted, because you also mentioned the past. I'm sure that's what Nigerians will be, watching out for. The side of the UAE. Thank you so much for that update. I know you're following up on that for us, and you give us update where you have them. Our State House correspondent live for us in Abuja, Femi Akonde. Well, let's turn to Rivers State, where the State House of Assembly has declared a shutdown of government expenditure in the state. Now, this follows the expiration of the 7-day ultimatum it gave to Governor Siminalayi Fubara to present the 2024 budget before the House. We have details in this report.
In December 2023, Governor Siminalayi Fubara presented the 2024 appropriation bill before the faction of the House of Assembly loyal to him, and he is currently implementing the budget of 800 billion naira. This action has set the governor on a war path, with Martin Amehule and other lawmakers who are insisting that the budget was not presented before a legally constituted legislature. With the political crisis showing no sign of ending soon, it is not surprising that Governor Fubara ignored the deadline given to him.
There's nothing we can do. We are legislators, we are representing our people, and this is the mandate that they've given us. So that's our report. We are just bringing it to you to let you know. We are recommending a total shutdown of expenditure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I align myself with the submission of the leader that there should be total shutdown until such a time when the government be prepared to function with a valid and proper budget duly presented to a house that is known to law as we are seated today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The law has said how the public funds of the state should be spent. Our governor has totally ignored the provisions of our ground law. Mr. Speaker, that is why I want to totally align myself with the leader of this House and of course of the Deputy Speaker that there should be a total shutdown. We have no requisite competence or authority to go against the prescriptions of the Constitution.
In its resolution, the Assembly said the governor and all government offices are no longer authorized to spend state funds.
The implication, honorable members, is that the governor can no longer legitimately authorize expenditure from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of River States, and by extension, all ministries, departments, extra ministerial departments, agencies, commissions in River States are no longer permitted to spend taxpayers' money. That is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
It is unclear how this decision will be implemented, as all resolutions sent from the Assembly to the governor in the past have not elicited the corresponding result. Governor Fubara insists the lawmakers have lost their seats on account of their alleged defection from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress.
For more on this, the Rivers State Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Dr. Peter Midi, joins me on the news. Good to have you join us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. I'm happy to be here this evening.
So let me start by getting the response of the state governor on this recent, on this development in the State House of Assembly, shutting down all expenditure of the state government.
Well, I don't know what you are talking about and the people you are talking about that shut down Rivers State government expenditure, because you are aware that Rivers State has since moved on beyond a situation where any set of people will distract the government. As we speak today, Rivers State government is already preparing the 2025 appropriation bill. In fact, we've almost finished work on the million stamp expenditure for 2024, 2025, 2026, and 2027. So if a set of people that doesn't know what to do and are frustrated want to say that they want to remain relevant and they are trying to seek attention and seek sympathy, then maybe they would have been able to know what to do. So I don't know what they are talking about. In the first place, it does not exist. And you cannot put something on nothing and you expect it to stand. We don't have them recognized as Rivers State House of Assembly. It's a Rivers State House of Assembly led by Victor Oko Jumbo. And that assembly is moving on. So as soon as the state is ready with the 2025 appropriation, the government will present it to the State House of Assembly. So we have moved beyond where they are. I think they are in dreamland.
So what's your interpretation of the appeal court judgment? Because that's what they are basing part of this directive on, that the appeal court judgment has said, look, all laws made by them stand. And so they are saying you have to then represent that particular budget to them. So what's your interpretation of the appeal court judgment?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm literate enough to know and read and understand when something is written from the court of law. The appeal court judgment they are referring to did not say anything about the voluntarily vacated. They vacated their seat voluntarily. And the law says that once you vacate your seat, automatically, once you change your party on which you were elected to the assembly, you automatically vacate your seat. So they cannot, on their own volition, vacate their seat. And the same day, they still say that they are sitting. So I think they don't know what they are doing. If exactly they know what they are doing and they mean well and they are patriotic the way they think and sound to be, ordinarily they should have been able on their own vacate the seat, recontest election if they are popular, come back to the house and then begin to chunk out this kind of anti-people legislation they are talking about. What I know is that Rivers State has far gone, moved on beyond where they are today. So they are in dreamland.
So obviously you are saying that, look, you do not recognize the Amewule-led assembly, and then you also are not representing that particular budget. And how would you then respond to those who say right now in Rivers State, there is no recognized assembly, whether it's the Okojambo-led assembly or the Amewule-led assembly?
Well, if there are people saying they don't recognize the Okojambo-led assembly, then maybe they also don't know what they are doing. You are aware that we had a Rivers State House of Assembly for which some members decided to cross carpet from the party for which they were elected. And the law says once you cross carpet on the party with which you were elected, a lot of them are lawyers. And they know this, that once you cross carpet on your own volition, that you will vacate your seat. Their seats have since been declared vacant accordingly. And so, what I expected them to do and what they ought to have done would have been to go back and recontest election on their new party and then seek their popularity on their new party. Then they cannot come back to the assembly they deliberately and voluntarily left. Then they cannot begin to talk about this. So like I said, Rivers State has moved on. We have completed the 2025 appropriation bill, which work has gone very far. As soon as work is ready, it will be presented to the Rivers State House of Assembly. And the Rivers State House of Assembly has also moved on. Rivers State is working, and nobody will be able to stand out in the wheel of progress of Rivers State, not even the people you are talking about. So if they are popular enough and they are patriotic enough, what I think they should have done is that having cross-carpeted on their own and vacated their seat on their own, they would have been able to go there or go back to their appeal court to revalidate their vacation of their seats. That's what they should do.
All right. Every week it seems to present a new development, in Rivers State. We'll continue to follow up, on all of this. Thank you so much for your time. Rivers State Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Dr. Peter Midi.
Thank you for having me. And Rivers State will continue to do its best to deliver value to Rivers State. Are happy. Everybody.
All right, let's turn attention to the court now. Justice Halima Salman of the Kwara State High Court has reserved judgment in the Offer Bank robbery case for 2nd of August this year. The case has been on for almost 6 years. The presiding judge on Monday adopted final written addresses which contained arguments of the two lead counsels in the case, Rotimi Jacob-San for the state and Matthew Emeribe, the defense counsel. She said the August 2nd date for judgment is tentative. More than 30 persons, including policemen, were killed in the incident. Ayuade Akinibosun and 4 others are currently standing trial in the case, which began on November the 11th, 2018. The suspects were charged to court by the police for criminal conspiracy to rob the banks, murder of 9 policemen and other citizens, and illegal possession of firearms. Michael Adiku died in police custody, while the remaining 5 pleaded not guilty. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has arraigned 4 suspects who allegedly removed underground armored cables belonging to the Enugu State Rural Electrification Agency without appropriate authorization. The suspects were arraigned before Justice F. Ogumbanjo of the Federal High Court, Enugu, on 2-count charge bordering on the alleged crime. The NSCDC alleged that the defendants and others at large willfully removed underground armored cables at Kingsway, area GROA, Enugu North Local Government of Enugu State. The defendant pleas were taken and the matter was adjourned to 24th, 25th and 26th of September for hearing.
Enugu State and our office, NSCDC, in collaboration, they are now out to make sure they fish out all the vandals. If you see in Enugu, we have street lights everywhere, but it's not working because they've been vandalizing all the underground armored cable. So from now onwards, our officers are doing their best. They will be cutting them and they will be charging them to courts.
And still to come on the news at 7, Inter-Party Advisory Council says it will not participate in the forthcoming local government election in Osun State. We have details of these and more when TVC News returns. Stay with us.
Coleman wires and cable, great quality, now with the new look.
Thanks for staying with us on the news at 7. A reminder of our top stories. Federal government reaches an agreement with the United Arab Emirates for Nigerian passport holders to obtain visas for travel. Amewule-led House of Assembly shuts all expenditures of the Rivers State government until Governor Fubara presents his budget before the House. On the foreign scene, a judge in Florida throws out the classified document case against U.S. former President Donald Trump. In sports, England players arrive home from Germany after 2024 Euro final hat-trick. If you must do business in Lagos, rent a shop and stop displaying your wares on the street. Now, this is coming from Lagos State Environmental and Special Offences Unit as they cleared some streets on the island area of Lagos. Our senior correspondent Ivy Kano reports.
It was a coordinated night operation by Lagos State Task Force. To achieve the aim, the operation must be carried out at night. Intent is to clear some people the agency says are constituting nuisance around Victoria Island. It is coming after complaints by those living and doing business in these areas of Lagos. First was Akin Adeshola Street. Though they tried to escape, but the officers beat them to it as they were taken unawares. Second stop was Ade Tokumbo Ademola Street. Some of the walkways opposite Eko hotels have become sleeping areas with mats and other belongings openly displayed. A habit the agency will not allow to continue in the state.
If you must sell in Lagos, go and get a shop for yourself. The road is meant for the public to use. The walkway is not meant for people who are selling to come and convert for commercial purpose. They should get a shop for themselves. part of my responsibility to arrest and prosecute street traders, those who have converted the public roads for commercial purpose. It is my responsibility to arrest and prosecute them.
He said though they were not supposed to have been given notice, but the agency was magnanimous enough to have done that.
And we have arrested them before now, so we are still coming back again. We will continue until they stop, using the public road for commercial purpose.
At the end of the operation, those arrested were separated in 3 trucks, one for men, another carrying only women, and the third confiscated wares. The agency says they will continue to go after those who are determined to deface Lagos. Now, according to the agency here, this exercise is going to be a continuous one. Today is on the island. Next time, you don't know where the train would stop. One thing that has also stood out here is the fact that those that we saw that had ID card were left to go. Ivy Kano, TVC News, Lagos.
Well, let's turn attention now to politics. The Inter-Party Advisory Council, an umbrella body of all political parties in Osun State, says it will not participate in the forthcoming local government election in the state. Addressing journalists in Osogbo State, the state chairman of IPAC, Victor Akonde, said this became imperative because the council has lost confidence in the chairman of the commission, Hashim Abioye. We have details in this report.
In 2023, Governor Ademola Adeleke announced his special advisor on legal matters, Hashim Abioye, as the chairman of the State Independent Electoral Commission. His appointment was thereafter criticized by the opposition parties as well as civil society organizations in the state. In February this year, Hashim Abioye addressed a press conference where he released timetable for local government election. He announced that the local government election will hold on the 22nd of February 2025. But 7 months to the election, the opposition parties under the umbrella of IPAC announced their decision to boycott the election, citing many reasons.
We have reliably gathered that Abioye has perfected plans to use PDP members as electoral officers during the election, which we all know what it means. His intention is to trap us into conducting our party's primary elections without disclosing the amount each party will pay, which will, of course, lead to effort infrequently after announcing a exorbitant fee. We expected up-to-date information from Abioye has been done by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. But the first is the case, as we always have information about Osun State government election from PDP eras.
The council said the action of Hashim Abioye has justified its earlier rejection of his appointment as chairman of OSIEC. NNPP that wrote the commission on its plans to conduct the party's primary election has also withdrawn the letter.
Only NNPP and PDP that wrote. Nobody, none of other chairmen wrote any letter. So if OSIEC as an umpire can come out to the press to claim that 4 people wrote letter, telling lies against these babas, look at how old they are, that they wrote letter, then do we now expect a legit result from such an empire? No.
TVC News put a call through to Hashim Abioye, but he promised to react appropriately when the commission is officially informed about the withdrawal of IPAC from the election. Rafiu Hamid, TVC News, Osogbo.
Now, for more updates, the chairman of New Nigeria People's Party in Osun State, Dr. Tosin Odeyemi, joins me on the news. Good to have you join us.
Thank you. Good evening, viewers.
So you are alleging that the chairman of OSIEC is a member of the PDP. What's your proof of his membership? And then why exactly?
No. It's a public news that he was an aspirant at the just concluded election that we had last. He was an aspirant. He was an House of Assembly aspirant under PDP.
I was going to ask you just a minute, because I was going to complete the question. Is why did IPAC not raise questions when he was made the chairman of that electoral commission. Why waiting now? That was going to be my next question.
Thank you. Let me make it clear to you that IPAC rejected his nomination. Oh, IPAC rejected his nomination. That I can tell you authoritatively. IPAC rejected it, and not just IPAC. Civil societies in Osun rejected it, but he called for a meeting and promised, he promised that he will be neutral. But here we are. The neutrality cannot be seen. We rejected it. IPAC did.
And so now that you have pulled out of this election, some people will say, look, you probably should have stayed, because it's almost as though you're giving the governing party just the leeway to, win this election. But now that you have pulled out, what's your next move?
Okay, I want to let you know something, that we have 18 registered political parties in Osun State, and 16 has pulled out, leaving APC and PDP. And this evening, I've been rightly briefed that the APC might not participate or will not participate. So let PDP go ahead with the election. Let them be the candidates, at the same time the opponents. Let us wait and see the credibility in such an election. It's an integrity test on the governor of Osun State. It's an integrity test.
And so I was asking you what your next move is, and then I also wanted to answer the question of, again, just recently, local governments were given financial autonomy, and people were saying, look, without political autonomy, there would be no autonomy for local government. I also wanted to speak to that as well.
Yes, I must let you know, sir, Ma, and to the general public, that the autonomy is coming at the right time. We are expecting that, pending the approval of INEC, of the National Assembly or the presidency on who should conduct elections. Pending that, we expect governors to appoint men of integrity, men of unquestionable characters, men that are not into partial politics, to come up to conduct such elections. Barrister Hashim Abiodun is not our enemy. He's our brother. He's our friend.
All right, Dr. Odeyemi, we do have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Chairman of New Nigeria People's Party in Osun State, Dr. Tosi Odeyemi.
Thank you so much.
Right, let's turn to the education sector. The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP, has threatened to shut down polytechnics across the country if the National Board for Technical Education refuses to withdraw the newly released scheme of service. Senior correspondent Sharon Ijaso has details in this report.
The National Executive Council of the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP, issued a 15-day ultimatum to the National Board for Technical Education, after which it will embark on a strike. The announcement was made at the union's Southwest Sensitization and Mobilization Congress in Lagos.
Having established that the contentious documents grossly fall short of acceptable standard, the Zonal Executive Council hereby reiterates the 15 days ultimatum commencing from 8th of July 2024, issued by the NEC of our union to proprietors of public polytechnics for MBTE to suspend the implementation of the document. What we are saying is that the Federal Ministry of Education should fast-track the process and allow our polytechnics to mount the degree program so that the award of BTech in polytechnics will come to limelight in no distant time.
If you look at some of the cadres that are very critical in the sector, like the technologies, technical polytechnic is a skills-based institution, and where we do more of practicals. These practicals are done in the workshop, laboratories and studios.
During an interview with TVC News, members of the union said the new scheme introduced by the board discourages professional growth of teaching and non-teaching staff of polytechnics.
Technology cadre in the polytechnic, they are academic staff. With the new document just released, the document has reduced the technologists to non-academic staff. It has moved them from Compocast cadre to Contedis cadre.
In the time past, our promotion or progression career just 80 years, but now it has been elongated to 26 years.
The new scheme of service for Nigerian polytechnics took effect from the 7th of June 2024, which the lecturers believe will further reinforce the HND-BSc dichotomy. Sharon Jackson, TVC News, Lagos.
And to health now, the federal government seems more poised towards stemming the spread of diseases in the country. To this end, the NCDC has launched a disease surveillance laboratory in Lagos State. Senior correspondent Jacqueline Ogo has more details.
At a time when new diseases are emerging and many Nigerians are expressing worry over how ready the nation's health sector is to take the bull by the horns, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention has established an integrated disease reference and advanced testing laboratory. It will also address neglected tropical diseases. It is located at the Central Public Health Laboratory Complex in Yaba, Lagos State.
What does health security mean? Connotes just about four things: prevention, surveillance of disease, detection and response. That is, any country should be able to prevent her citizens from catching or getting involved in any disease. When you fail to prevent that, you must be able to detect quickly and respond appropriately to reduce morbidity and mortality.
I'm so proud that the U.S. government has worked so closely with the Nigerian government on healthcare and building health systems. Because we learned during COVID that the health systems that we built together to respond to HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis form the foundation of our ability to respond to COVID-19. And those health systems form the foundation of what we're doing today.
Taiwan is an island that have no natural resources at all. So the only natural resources that we have is the brain power, the human resources. But without the eradication of all tropical disease that hampered our progress, we will not be able to facilitate the growth of Taiwan.
Nigeria has a high burden of communicable diseases like malaria, tuberculosis, HIV and AIDS, and other non-communicable diseases like hypertension, cancer, and diabetes. The launch of the advanced testing laboratory comes to many in the health sector as a significant milestone in strengthening Nigeria's public health capacity. Jacqueline Ogo, TVC News, Lagos.
And Professor Ninibarin Zabe has been reinstated as the project coordinator of the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project with immediate effect. President Bola Tinubu, in a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Ajurin Gilali, said the decision to reinstate Professor Zabe follows a performance review of the High Prep project coordinator. The president is now asking Professor Zabe to discharge his functions in accordance with the regulations guiding the execution of the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project. For the past 4 years, residents in riverine communities of Nguru, Kumadugu, Hadeja Basin have lost their major source of livelihoods due to the cluster of stubborn grasses known as taifa grass. The Yobe State government has come to their aid by procuring and developing deploying amphibian tractor to the affected communities for emergency clearance. Michael Oshoma has details, and then we'll return with business update.
For the past years, this community has not engaged in farming and fishing activities, which is the major source of income. This grass, called taifa grass, is the reason they halted their farming activities. But due to frequent outcry by the affected communities, Yobe State government has come to their aid. Some of the residents expressed joy over the government intervention.
We are very much grateful. And with the coming of this excavator, inshallah, Guru local government will engage or will go back to its normal Asian city, because we have been doing this farming, but due to the obstruction of this kachalat leaves, we stop at all.
In partnership with Akresa, the project coordinator says the revenue generation the state government and the communities are missing is unquantifiable.
Land has been overtaken by the Taifa. That was the main reason why you cannot see water from here up to 30 kilometers. 30 kilometers. So the aspect of losing not only source of income, livelihood, foods and what have you, are insurmountable as far as we are losing billions of naira, and we have lost billions of naira for almost so many years because of these menace.
Representative of the State Ministry of Environment is optimistic that in no distant time, the affected communities would bounce back and engage in farming activities again.
Within the near future, that is very possible near future, the food will be available, because the issue is most of our people here are agrarian. They depend solely on the water. As the project coordinator said, initially we have flood plain that is available water for the irrigation. But due to the presence of the tapa grasses and other nuisances in the rivers, the rivers was blocked completely. So people became redundant. So with this our initiative, definitely people will be engaged and the food will be abundant and available.
The contract for clearing of the grasses was awarded to the former secretary to the federal government, Babauchi Lawan, which was not executed. Michael Oshoma, TVC News, Nguru, Yobe State.
Well, some business stories. Latest data from the National Bureau of Statistics reveals that Nigeria's inflation rate hit 34.19% in June 2024, up from 33.95% in May. The report also shows an increase of 0.24% when compared to the May 2024 headline inflation rate. On a year-on-year basis, the headline inflation rate was 11.40% higher than the 22.79% recorded in June 2023. The food inflation in June also jumped to 40.87% year-on-year, and that's 15.62% higher than the 25.25% posted in June 2023. According to the NBS, the rise in food inflation was caused by increases in price of millet, whole grain, gari, guinea corn, yam, water yam, cocoa yam, groundnut oil, palm oil, bread, cereals, and fish. The Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, ANAN, has conferred its fellowship on Mr. Shehu Usiri, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. President and Chairman of the Council of ANAN, Dr. James Nenebo, said Mr. Usiri was conferred with the fellowship for his contribution to driving the nation's economy. We have more in this report.
The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is saddled with the responsibility of providing long-term credit facilities to mortgage institutions in Nigeria. The financial institution also encourages and promotes the growth of viable primary and secondary mortgage institutions to service the need of housing delivery in all parts of Nigeria, mobilizing both domestic and offshore funds into the housing sector. It is against this backdrop that the leadership of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria have decided to honor one of their own, leading the mortgage bank. They agree that the Managing Director for the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is contributing his quota to economic growth and development of the entire housing value chain.
I have been telling people, try and bring their people into position. And because of what we stand for, we will always be good drivers of the economy. And I know this is what you are delivering. And that is why all these people are around you. When you have an institution and the institution recognizes you as a member, and you too recognizes the institution as one of them, it behooves so many trusts.
For the president of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, the association is focused on driving economic growth by strengthening the accounting profession, but he was quick to frown at the low level of payment of membership subscription fees amounting to over 10 billion naira.
With profound gratitude and humility that I stand before you today to accept this esteemed fellowship conferred on me by the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, ANAN. This recognition is not just a personal honor, but a testament to the place of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria as a pillar of support and a good place to fulfill the aspirations and dreams of employees who stand firmly in support of its vision and mission.
The president, who urged the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria boss to carry the flag of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria with pride, described the association, established in 1979, as the second professional accounting body in Nigeria.
The Norwegian Seafood Council is pushing for sustainable seafood practices and regulatory alignment between Norway and Nigeria. The stance was highlighted at the seminar held in Lagos, where discussions focused on including stockfish in the federal government's import duty waiver list to improve access to quality protein for Nigerians. Ifunaya Eze reports.
The one-day seminar underscored the need to enhance productivity, regulatory compliance and bilateral relations between Nigeria and Norway, particularly in the seafood trade. Key stakeholders, including the Norwegian ambassador and regulatory authorities, emphasized the importance of expanded duty exemptions and closer regulatory cooperation to boost industry growth and food security.
The government has presented a proposal to have a duty-free window for some food products that would make it easier for Nigerian people to get food on the table. And there are a few products on that list, but we would like to suggest that the stockfish heads could be part of that list as well.
Increasing cooperation between Nigeria and Norway, and not at least try to increase the export and or the import of the dried seafood, the stockfish, which we think is very important of the Norwegian and Nigerian culture. It's been going on for more than 100 years. I'm sure it's going to go on for more than 100 years more. And this is something that connects our two countries together.
Presentations at the seminar explored advancements in cod fish processing, emphasizing knowledge exchange and partnership opportunities.
What the Norwegian Seafood Council does to support the importation of fish and also the exploit of government to grow fish production in Nigeria is paramount to the ministry. And the ministry is seeking cooperation and partnership to better fish production in Nigeria.
What is disturbing Nigeria's export is the issue of quality assurance, sustainability, and being current with what goes on in the world in the field of aquaculture. So we are ready, and part of our social responsibility is to create awareness.
Participants commended the seminar for promoting dialogue and urged continued collaboration among stakeholders to strengthen the seafood sector. They also highlighted the importance of leveraging technology to streamline clearance processes and ensure accurate import valuation. Ifunanya Eze, TVC News, Lagos.
The president and group CEO of Transnational Corporation PLC, Dr. Owen Omar Jiafo, has been sworn in as the president of the Lagos Business School Alumni Association. According to the statement, the Transcorp Group CEO will be bringing a wealth of experience and a remarkable track record in leadership and business transformation to the association. The new Lagos Business School Alumni Association's president is succeeding Mr. Agada Apoche, whose tenure has elapsed. The new president said she is honored for the opportunity to serve the association alongside other elected members, describing a new position as a call to serve. Dr. Omar Jiafo has been instrumental in driving Transcorp Group's vision, fostering innovation and sustainable growth across the platforms. Wrapping up business, the stock market began the week with some positive numbers as banking securities got into the eyes of many fund managers. Let's join Effiong Ekop with detailed reports on markets. We'll be back with sports news.
Price recovery moved on the trading floor of the NGX Exchange Limited as investors beat chest trying to understand the pattern of trades for the month of July. Downward pricing of previous 2 weeks now seems to cause rally in key sectors. Index for the opening trading week kicked upward beyond 0.25 percentage point, indicating gains on investments. The volume of trade showed 362 million units of securities that were traded for more than 7 billion naira. Zenith Bank made a big gain on its share price with 5 naira advantage. It was on the back of renewed interest on the stock by investors. First Bank Holdings, MTN Nigeria, Access Holdings, and UBA all grabbed reasonable gains on trades. Business losers at the close of transactions included Jaiz Bank, International Breweries, Oando, Wapco Lafarge, and Nigerian Breweries. The stock market is getting ready for the banking sector recapitalization ordered by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Effiong Ekop, TVC News, Lagos.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
1 year ago, a new government stepped into the spotlight and took the reins of our nation. The promises were grand, the challenges immense. Daria Media, with the support of the MacArthur Foundation and in partnership with TVC, present The First Year, a comprehensive review of our government's progress, achievements, and the areas that need attention. We will hear directly from the government and the work it has done in the areas of the economy, security, and governance in the last 1 year, with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Witness a transparent assessment of the promises made. Watch and listen directly to government representatives as they engage with ordinary Nigerians. Join us live on TVC, NTA, Radio Now 95.3 FM Lagos, FRCN, and all our social media handles. Date is 17th and 18th of July at 11 a.m.
Hello and welcome to sports. England's footballers have arrived home after a heartbreaking defeat to Spain in the final of the Euro 2024. Gareth Southgate's men came within touching distance of silverware but fell short at the final hurdle for the second successive year. A jet carrying the team landed at Stansted Airport, and England manager Gareth Southgate led the players and coaching staff off the plane. The players could be seen briefly as they left the plane and headed into a private terminal. Meanwhile, Southgate has cast doubt over his future as England manager, saying he might need to have private conversations before final decision.
I need to have those conversations with important people behind the scenes, and I'm obviously not going to discuss that publicly first. Without a doubt, England have got some fabulous young players, and you know, even the young ones now have got a lot of experience of tournaments. So, yeah, many of this squad are going to be around in 2, 4, 6 years, 8 years' time, and yeah, we are, or we have now been consistently back in the matches that matter. So it's the last step that we haven't been able to do.
End of the tournament, a number of players emerged, joint top scorers. England's Hurricane leads the pack. Cody Gakpo of Netherlands, Daniel Olmo of Spain, and Germany's Musiala were all part of the list. And Nico Williams of Spain was voted man of the final match between England and Spain. Lamine Yamal was got best young player of the tournament, while Rodri of Spain was also voted player of the tournament. And NBA Africa hosts the first edition of the Junior NBA and WNBA Elite Camp in Lagos. The program is designed to improve skills and core values of youth across Africa. Adeyemi Adeyemo tells us more about it.
More than 40 boys and girls converge on White Sand School, Lekki, Lagos, for the first Junior NBA and WNBA Highlight Basketball Camp. The tournament, which coincided with the U.S. President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement's first visit to the country, features a basketball clinic for ages under 16, led by two-time WNBA All-Star and council member Chini Ogumike.
Sports is the intersection of culture, it's the intersection of everything that's good. It brings people together, and to be able to be back home in Nigeria, I'm Nigerian, to be able to represent a game that I love and also see that these young people, they have dreams, and their dreams definitely are big, and we should do everything in our power to be able to support them.
For NBA Nigeria, we intend to do this once a quarter going forward so that young kids all around Nigeria can come together as long as they're playing basketball and they want to acquire more skills. They get the opportunity for them to come and showcase their skills and for them to be selected.
We have a combination of some wonderful things. First, you have NBA, the National Basketball Association, one of the premier sports leagues in the world, here hosting an elite camp for Junior NBA with their NBA Africa representatives, and a member of President Biden's Advisory Council for the African Diaspora Engagement.
I was told that with passion and purpose, you are unstoppable. So if you don't have passion and maybe you have purpose, you can be unstoppable, but with the two both, you are unstoppable. And I also learned, if you want to do something, if you have the passion for something, don't stop until you have gotten to where you want to.
This camp has really taught me how to, it's an exposure thing, so it makes me know what to do. And then there are some people they invited from the WNBA camp from the outside country. She talked to us about everything we need to do, focus, compassion, and we need to be serious in everything we do in life.
The clinic featured 3-on-3 and 5-on-5 games to test and evaluate the players.
With this tournament, NBA Africa has made an effort at grassroots level to help improve, produce well-trained and competitive young stars across all age groups in Nigeria. Adeyemi Adeyemo, TVC News, Lagos.
And it's a wrap for Tech Ball World Championship qualifiers, which had representatives from 11 states participating in Abia State. Winners emerged from the singles, doubles, as well as mixed doubles games. Abia State emerged winner of the championship with 1 bronze, 2 silver, and 2 gold medals. And then Gabriel tells us more about it, and that will be sports this hour. We'll see you again later with Football Tonight.
The main doubles game between Abia and Delta was electrifying, interesting and full of smashes by Victor Yebade of Delta and his partner Andrew Koko, who defeated Team Abia. Rashida Salau, representing Abia, emerged winner of the women's singles game. Ibina Bojojwil and Gladys Abasi of Team Rivers won the women's doubles category.
I'm the Nigerian Tech Ball #1, African silver medalist and the most valuable player at the Tech Ball World Series in Vietnam. Preparing very hard to get to this fit, and I'm very happy to have achieved it.
Qualifying to represent the country, I and my teammate, we're going to work very hard because we know that we have other better ones outside this.
Governor Alex Oti says the goal is to ensure rapid development of tech ball in Abia State.
I enjoyed every bit of the competition, and interestingly, this is a game that is less than 8 years old. Encourage all our people who might hitherto not be interested in it to show interest.
The successes recorded in this competition amplifies the passion and the development goal of tech ball in Abia State. Among other remarkable success stories of the competition is that we have now qualified for the 2024 World Tech Ball Competition.
As a game invented in Hungary, the Hungarian ambassador to Nigeria was present to witness the final match of the Tech Ball World Championship qualifiers.
I am really
truly pleased that this new sport enjoys such popularity among the youth of Nigeria. Really stunned by this fantastic talent that I witnessed today here. Really, congratulations to the players.
The game featured presentation of bronze, silver and gold medals to participating teams. Nina Gabriel, TVC News, Aba, Abia State.
And out to the foreign scene, in a big legal win for Donald Trump, a judge in Florida has thrown out the classified document case against him. Judge Eileen Cannon says the Justice Department's appointment of Special Prosecutor Jack Smith violates the U.S. Constitution. Mr. Trump says it should be the first step in dismissing other criminal cases against him. The former president is in Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention 2 days after he survived an assassination attempt. Mr. Trump is expected to name his running mate, who would later become vice president if he wins November's election later in the year. That's TVC News this hour. Thanks for watching. Coming up next is Politics Tonight.
Mortein insecticide with its improved formulation kills 100% mosquitoes that spread malaria. So, spread the message of how we can fight to end malaria with Mortein. Mortein, our #1 choice.
We're live in the open market for Epic 10X Challenge. My people, today now. Today, I will show you how the power of new Epic 10X gives your toilet a better cleaning than bleach.
Than bleach?
Yes, so.
Impossible.
Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Epic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10X better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs.
Oh, wow.
You can now see that Epic is better than bleach.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. You're watching ShopX TV, home to some of the most popular international brands in Africa, including Gotham Hammered Collection, Genie Bra, Bionic Floodlight, Spot X, Total Crunch Evolution, and more. And we are now proud to introduce our biggest offer of the year, the ShopX Mid-Year Sales. Yes, from now until the end of July 2024, we will be offering our customers 20,000 Naira off this amazing kitchen collection. Tired of pans that scratch and stick or cookware that takes up valuable space in your kitchen? Introducing ShopX Gotham Hammered Copper Collection, the perfect cookware to upgrade your cooking experience. The Gotham Hammered Copper Collection features a super durable ultra non-stick surface. Eggs stick to other pans, but with the Hammered Copper Collection, they slide right out. Incredible! It's oven safe up to 500 degrees. Any recipe can be made in these pans, and then it wipes clean with ease. Make mouth-watering jollof rice or even fluffy pounder with ease, because nothing sticks.
I needed a cookware to keep up with me. The Gotham Hammered Collection has been a game changer. No more burnt meals or hours spent scrubbing pots.
There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much? More abundant. I prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
For over 6 decades, the Bank of Industry, BOI, has been driving Nigeria's industrial development through financial and business support services.
Bank of Industry is one organization that has kept their words with the Nigerian businesses.
I have been able to expand my business
from catering, event management, into water production.
A single digit that Bank of Industry offers is the only solution to stay afloat.
BOI Impact, now showing Tuesdays, 9:30 p.m. on TVC News.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News. First with breaking news.
Good governance at any level is characterized by 4 pillars: transparency, accountability, fairness, and responsibility. The Seyi Makinde-led administration since inception has upheld all these traits, making life more meaningful for the people of Oyo State. Resting on the 4 pillars of the administration, which includes education, health, security, and expansion of the economy through agribusiness, the people have continued to feel the impact of good governance. On your update, you'll be opportune to see how far the Seyi Makinde government has brought governance to every doorstep across the state. Join us weekly at this time for insightful moments on your state, setting the pace.
The Shared Prosperity Weekly TV series on TVC News. It is through this telecast the viewers get to know what is happening in the prosperity government of His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodinma, the Executive Governor of Imo State. Through this program, all questions agitating the minds of citizens and residents of Imo State are answered in details with documentary evidence. Don't miss it. Keep a date with us every Sunday on TVC News by 9 p.m.
Welcome to the transformative journey of Gombe State. Like a beautiful bride in the savannah, Gombe State is steadily growing to become a commercial and investment hub with accelerated development of world-class infrastructure, quality education, and healthcare. The jewel in the savannah, under the visionary leadership of Governor Inuwa Yahaya, is taking giant strides in the quest to making Gombe State a paradise in Nigeria's northeast region. Join us on this adventure every Thursday by 3:30 p.m. as we explore Gombe's transformative journey to greatness.
The task of the leaders is to get their people from where they are to where they've not been. How do we hold our leaders accountable in the business of lawmaking and representation?
The mandate that you have given to us is not abuse in any way.
The primary purpose of government is to ensure the welfare and security of the Nigerian people.
Constituency projects had noble intentions and they still remain the most veritable tool.
Do they really know their representatives at the states and national assemblies?
Our people, they don't have water, they are suffering. They only drink water from where rain fall.
For the current one, the 10th assembly, I don't really know who is in charge.
From the mountaintops to the deepest valleys, we're ready to go an extra mile just to show Nigerian your constituency project. Know your representative with Maria, bridging the visible gap.
We apologize for coming to you a little bit behind schedule. Good evening. Welcome to Politics Tonight, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. I am Olajumoke Olatunji. Political conflict in Rivers State continues as the State House of Assembly has declared a shutdown of government expenditure in the state. Tonight we discuss local government autonomy and other matters. My guest tonight is Jacob Hele, policy development and advocacy expert. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back. Welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us. Now let's begin with some developments in the polity. The Rivers State House of Assembly has declared a shutdown of government expenditure in the state. This follows the expiration of the 7-day ultimatum it gave to Governor Buhari to present the 2024 budget before the House. Details in this report.
23 Governors. In December 2023, Governor Siminalayi Fubara presented the 2024 appropriation bill before the faction of the House of Assembly loyal to him, and he is currently implementing the budget of 800 billion naira. This action has set the governor on a war path with Martin Amehule and other lawmakers who are insisting that the budget was not presented before a legally constituted legislature. With the political crisis showing no sign of ending soon, it is not surprising that Governor Fubara ignored the deadline given to him.
There's nothing we can do. We are legislators, we are representing our people, and this is the mandate that they've given us. So that's our report. We are just bringing it to you to let you know. We are recommending a total shutdown of expenditure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I align myself with the submission of the leader that there should be total shutdown until such a time when the government will be prepared to function with a valid and proper budget duly presented to a house that is known to law as we are seated today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The law has said how the public funds of the state should be spent. Our governor has totally ignored the provisions of our ground law. Mr. Speaker, that is why I want to totally align myself with the leader of this House and of course of the Deputy Speaker that there should be a total shutdown. We have no requisite competence or authority to go against the prescriptions of the Constitution.
In its resolution, the Assembly said the governor and all government offices are no longer authorized to spend state funds.
The implication, honorable members, is that the governor can no longer legitimately authorize expenditure from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of River States, and by extension, all ministries, departments, extra ministerial departments, agencies, commissions in River States are no longer permitted to spend taxpayers' money. That is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
It is unclear how this decision would be implemented, as all resolutions sent from the Assembly to the governor in the past have not elicited the corresponding result. Governor Fubara insists the lawmakers have lost their seats on account of their alleged defection from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress.
The federal government has announced that it has reached an agreement with the government of the United Arab Emirates to lift the visa restrictions on Nigerian passport holders. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, disclosed this to State House correspondents shortly after this week's Federal Executive Council meeting. He said the agreement includes updated controls and conditions to facilitate obtaining a UAE visa. The resumption of visas will be effective from July 2024.
Recall that he had met the organized private sector. He had also met the subnationals after the committee, the tripartite committee on labor submitted its report, in order to ensure that there is a thorough analysis of the situation so that government will come up with a minimum wage that works for all Nigerians, the federal government, the subnationals, and the organized private sector. That was also discussed today, and government has has directed the Ministry of Budget to also come up with additional 2024 additional support for the 2024 budget.
The Inter-Party Advisory Council, an umbrella body of all political parties in Osun State, says it will not participate in the forthcoming local government election in the state. Addressing journalists in Osogbo State, Chairman of IPAC, Victor Akonde, said this became imperative because the council has lost confidence in the chairman of the commission, Hashim Abioye. Details in this report.
In 2023, Governor Ademola Adeleke announced a special advisor on legal matters, Hashim Abioye, as the chairman of the State Independent Electoral Commission. His appointment was thereafter criticized by the opposition parties as well as civil society organizations in the state. In February this year, Hashim Abioye addressed a press conference where he released timetable for local government election. He announced that the local government election will hold on the 22nd of February 2025. But 7 months to the election, the opposition parties under the umbrella of IPAC announced their decision to boycott the election, citing many reasons.
We have reliably gathered that Abioye has perfected plans to use PDP members as electoral officers during the election, which we all know what it means. His intention is to trap us into conducting our party's primary elections without disclosing the amount each party will pay, which will, of course, lead to effort infrequently after announcing a exorbitant fee. We expected up-to-date information from Abioye has been done by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. But the first is the case, as we always have information about Osun State government election from PDP eras.
The council said the action of Hashim Abioye has justified its earlier rejection of his appointment as chairman of OSIEC. NNPP that wrote the commission on its plans to conduct the party's primary election has also withdrawn the letter.
Only NNPP and PDP that wrote. Nobody, none of other chairmen wrote any letter. So if OSIEC as an umpire can come out to the press to claim that 4 people wrote letter, telling lies against these babas, look at how old they are, that they wrote letter, then you really now expect a legit result from such an empire? No.
TVC News put a call through to Hashim Abioye, but he promised to react appropriately when the commission is officially informed about the withdrawal of IPAC from the election. Rafiu Hamid, TVC News, Osogbo.
Let's take a short break, and when we return, it will be time to discuss local government autonomy and other matters with my guest, Jacob Pele, policy development and advocacy expert. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Tonight, we continue to get more perspectives on the Supreme Court's verdict granting financial autonomy to local governments. Chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, said the Supreme Court verdict on local government financial autonomy released the burden on governors. It looks like he isn't speaking for other governors, as Governor Seyi Makinde has described that judgment as a distraction, saying the country must face the real issues. But the Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees and the Association of Local Governments of Nigeria have urged the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Units to track council funds and prevent their diversion to state governors by council chairmen. Tonight, let's get more perspectives on this landmark judgment, as the Supreme Court judgment has now raised some important questions. Joining me from Abuja studio is Dr. Jacob Pele, policy development and advocacy expert. Good evening to you, Dr. Pele. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, beautiful Jumoke.
All right, sir. So, there are those who are very happy with these verdicts, and I think they are in the majority, and there are those who are in between, who are saying, this is government taking powers from the states. There are also those who are neither for nor against, swinging both ways. Where do you stand?
I think that judgment began the new era of good governance and rural development if the administrators of this local government will do the needful. I think it's the beginning of good governance in the local government system in Nigeria, and also the beginning of freedom from the hands of governors that hitherto had either withheld funds or one way or the other delayed giving funds to local government chairmen. And I dare say that it is not all the governors. There are some, and there are many of them who had also complied. But it's the beginning of good governance and a likelihood of good development that will come to the rural areas. But I have a concern. My concern is, from legal perspective, I think it's the State Assembly that will function and do the oversight function for the local government. There has to be a very straightforward and concrete procedure by which the State House of Assembly will carry out their legit function. But it's also important that this could also be a good signal for the legislative system of the local government to be activated effectively. The local government do have legislators, they're called councillors, and many of them have been operating more or less like a rubber stamp. I think this is also a time for them to be properly educated of their roles and responsibility, and for the chairman to focus on good governance within the local government system. It's a good development for democracy in Nigeria. I'm very passionate about the local government system. I just came back from Delta.
So, Dr. Pele, if you look at the kinds of the feedback this verdict has generated, Governor Seyi Makinde has said this is a distraction, and he has asked us to focus on productivity and address hunger and national growth rather than local government autonomy. Former governor of Delta State has also said the federal government has no rights to interfere with the administration of local governments under any guise whatsoever. You also have Pan-Yoruba Social Political Group, Afenifere, has described this as judicial conspiracy against the Nigerian states and its federal principles. What are your reactions to this feedback?
I mean, everybody is entitled to their opinion, just like I'm entitled to mine. But I've been a follower and one who has been developing framework for local government systems. I've been involved in developing electoral guidelines for a number of states. I think it's a huge step and a good step in the right direction to getting governance trickle down to the rural dwellers. I don't see any individual who truly respects the Constitution. What the judgment did was to uphold the Constitution, you know, and for anyone to kick against it. Anyway, that individual is wasting their time because...
But Dr. Pele, when Governor Makinde says... Dr. Pele, when Governor Makinde says instead of local government autonomy, we should focus on productivity and ending hunger. Now, don't you think that statement is an indictment on him and his colleagues? Because Nigerians have continued to say these governors have continued to ignore how they can produce more, generate more revenue and feed their own citizens instead of relying on federal allocation every other month.
Well, it gives more. It's not only, I took time out to look at the judgment. It didn't just speak to financial autonomy. It also gave them more power to generate revenue within their locality, you know. And for anyone to think that when more resources is given to a particular government system, and that government system will not be able to work to end hunger and to bring development, I think that's not right. You know, I know for sure if the governors will not interfere, if they will allow them, and of course now the funds will be the 20.6% allocation that goes to the local government chairman will be transferred directly to these local government chairman, their local government account. And I think what we should be talking about is what mechanism that we will put in place to ensure transparency and accountability. The practice that has happened in the past up to this moment is...
Dr. Pele, we'll get there in a minute. But let's look at, I mean, it's also very important for us to look at the concerns that have been raised. One other concern is the distributable pool account, which looks like the issue here as obtained in Section 162, subsection 5 and 6. Now, has this judgment now somehow expunged this section of the law, or do you think that part of the law should have just been amended by the National Assembly?
Well, Jumoke, the point here is this is a judgment by the Supreme Court. That's the supreme law-making, law interpretation institution. It cannot be reversed. These judges must have gone through some of the issues that we're throwing up right now as lacunas, and in their own judgment came out with this decision. Unfortunately, there's no other court to go and reverse it. What we need to look at if there are contradictions within the Constitution and any other relevant law, those laws need to be repealed in order to accommodate. And of course, if for any reason anyone feels that this judgment contradicts any aspect, any clause in the Constitution, it's in that person's position to probably pursue a constitutional review mechanism that will begin to point out some of these lacunas and correct them. As far as I'm concerned, for the interest of democracy and good governance, this is the right step in the right direction. If only the local government chairmen who are going to receive these funds will use it for what they are expected to use it for. And that's why I said there must be accountability mechanism to checkmate them so that we can hold them accountable. It's a good thing. It's a new era. I think the communities, the traditional rulers within this local government should hold, including the subnational assembly, should hold these chairmen accountable and compel them to bring development to the rural dwellers. And I think also where it is judiciously spent, it will take care of issues of hunger that His Excellency Makinde was talking about.
All right, so you know, because the court also said this judgment is with immediate effect. So what happens with the other 20 states under the supervision of caretaker committee whose funds will now be held on to because there are no democratically elected local government chairmen in their respective states? How do we manage the transition period? Well,
what we need to understand here that lives are involved, and that most of these local governments, of course, have staff, and these staff have dependents as family members, you know, and so without necessarily, although legally the issue of caretaker committee taken, which I see as a temporary measure, when the expiration of the tenures of this local government expires. Unfortunately, the right thing to do is to call for election and hold election so that as they are exiting their office, duly elected chairmen and councillors of the local government will take over. Unfortunately, for some states, they have given excuses. Some of them had given security excuses. Others have said they just came into office. They need to settle down to be able to conduct what will be called credible, fair, and inclusive election. You know, so for me, if that tenure of the caretaker committee is not stretched to a point where people will begin to question, if they are coming in to bridge the gap for a month, for two, it's understandable, but legally it is not in the legal provision, and therefore sometimes I think what they are doing is what the lawyers will call doctrine of necessity. However, the right thing to do is to bring elective individuals. So we cannot, Jumoke, I wouldn't be on national television advocating that the funds cannot be transferred to them because there are dependents, staff, the operations that goes on within the local government system. You can't shut it down and say, okay, for 3 months before the election, nothing happens. I think, and there is no, whether you're present or ex-governor, that have not done this one way or the other. Everyone, even those who are criticizing it now, they had done it previously. You know, the fact that it's done previously is not an excuse to break the law.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I also want to ask, do you think the issue here is where the money goes to, or the legitimacy of the mandate of the person to whom the money goes to? Because in a situation such as ours, where local government elections are won by ruling parties and supervised by governors. I mean, look at the just concluded local government elections in Delta and Adamawa states, where PDP won all local government areas in both states. Would any local government chairman really have the effrontery to deprive his governor of stipulated amount of money from this allocation? But I'd like you to answer that question when we come back from this break. Dr. Pele, please stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Welcome back to Politics Tonight, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us. Tonight, we're discussing local government autonomy, the concerns and the realities as this verdict takes effect immediately. And I've been speaking with Dr. J. Pele, policy development and advocacy experts. Dr. Pele, thank you very much for staying with us. So before we went on that break, I wanted to have your perspective on whether or not the issue here is where the money goes to, or the legitimacy of the mandate of the person to whom the money goes to. Because in a situation such as ours in this country, local government elections are won by the ruling parties and supervised by governors. And I made reference to the just concluded local government elections in Delta and Adamawa State, where PDP won all local government areas in both states. Would any local government chairman really have the nerve, the effrontery to deprive his governor of this allocation?
I equally have that concern, and the concern is whether the governor, obviously who swore in the local government chairman, or in most cases had used the power of incumbency to ensure that they are elected one way or the other, whether he would have an overarching influence on them. I once described a scenario where the local government chairman, the money is sent to the local government chairman, and he goes to the governor and said, "Oh well, I just received 1 billion. What do you want me to do with it?" You know. So that's where Nigerian factor comes in. But let me address a fundamental issue that you raised, Jumoke, and that is the issue of if, for instance, in the case of Delta, because the governor is of PDP, and the PDP will clear the polls. And of course, Adamawa, these are two PDP states. It's also on record that there were also places where you have either APC or other political parties that is in charge, you know, where the governor is of that political party. They also sweep.
So, Dr. Pele, the question is not.
It's a fundamental issue.
Dr. Pele, the question is not really about political parties. It can be APC, it can be PDP, it can be LP, it can be NNPP. Yeah. The question is, why must it be that way? Because at the moment, Association of Local Government Employees, ALGON, is saying State Independent Electoral Commission should be scrapped and elections should be conducted by INEC.
Well, Jumoke, listen, I've worked with INEC. I have been part of, when I say I've worked with, I don't work for INEC. I worked with INEC. We support inclusive electoral process within INEC system. INEC is they're saddled with too many issues. Asking INEC to conduct local government elections is not an issue that advocates like us or whether an association will call it doesn't work that way. First and foremost, there has to be a law that mandates INEC to conduct local government election. I don't think there's such laws. Secondly, INEC has a lot of work that they are overburdened. And putting that pressure, adding that as an additional pressure to them will break the institution, you know. So unless we unbundle INEC, take some of the responsibilities of them and leave them as an institution saddled with the responsibility of conducting elections across board, then you have to take off some of the issues that they have to deal with, you know, and sometimes defending themselves in electoral offenses and all that, prosecuting, you know. If you take that responsibility off them and some of the things that they have to deal with, if you take that off them, then we can saddle them with conducting local government election. But there has to be a law that gives impetus to that advocacy. You know.
All right. So if SEC is to stay, Dr. Pele, if SEC is to stay, what kind of transparent system, or what kind of system should we be looking at? And we must also take into cognizance what's happening in Osun State at the moment. IPAC is pulling out of the forthcoming LG election. NNPP has also pulled out because a former assembly member of a political party is now the chairman of OSEC.
Well, this kind of practice, Jumoke, also happened at the national level, but that's not where we're going. However, you know, I think there's a need to, I was with, in Delta State, I was with 20 out of the 36 SIEC chairmen. And we had lunch, and I'm a proponent of local government electoral system reforms. There has to be, just like we're advocating for a reform at the national level, the national electoral system, we need to also take into consideration and into cognizance the need to also reform the local government election. I can tell you for free that many problems that we are having in the democratic process at the national is as a result of what we have not fixed at the subnational. If we get it right at the local government level, we will get it right at the national level. So there has to be, there's a need to embark on local government electoral reforms. I'm in conversation with the chairman, the FOSICOM, and all that. We want to see how we can have one electoral guideline that is national, and then encourage the states to domesticate that national electoral guideline, you know, so that we don't have this kind of issues. Well, in every electoral system, there are issues. And I think Governor Adeleke, my good friend, should sit down with IPAC. Everything is about negotiation. If there are issues that needs to be resolved before their election, those issues can be resolved. I think I would, if I'm in his shoes, be willing to sit down and have a discussion with IPAC. It is not to his credit that the whole body of political parties will pull out of his local government election. And I know that Governor Adeleke, my good friend, is very proactive, very proactive. He should be able to sit down with IPAC and just negotiate what the problems are and solve it so that he will have free, credible, and inclusive elections.
All right, but despite this verdict, how can both tiers of government continue to improve on that synergy for the growth of the states? Because, you know, at the moment, the federal government receives 52.68%, states receive 26.7%, LGs receive 20.60% of the country's monthly revenue allocated by the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission. The president already said he will renegotiate this sharing formula, and the federal government is also increasing VAT share for states. But you know, there are some local governments that cannot survive on the FAC allocation without help from the state, either through extra funding or infrastructure service support. I mean, take for instance, some local government areas in Lagos. The number of local governments in Arotinetiosa alone is enough headache. I mean, there are local government staff, primary health care centers, LGEA schools, environment markets. So despite this verdict, how can both tiers of government continue to improve on that synergy for the growth of the states?
Well, the local government system needs to be autonomous, yes, but the local government is part of the state government system. And when there's a shortfall within the local government revenue, the state can come to their aid. I know I was with the secretary to the government of Delta State, and he did inform me, which I believe to be true, that the state had always been augmenting. They've been adding to the revenues of local government. And that's what a responsible state should do. That's what a responsible governor should do. And I know that there are many of them who are doing that, you know. And so if there's a shortfall, like you mentioned Lagos state government, you know, if there's a shortfall, the government of the state government should come to their aid and help them, as long as there is accountability. In my office, I run an organization. When a staff, I just came back with a team from Delta. When a staff is traveling, he's given funds. he's expected to retire that fund, including myself. The internal auditor in my organization would ensure that everybody retires that money. I think where there is accountability, resources are used judiciously. I think we need to measure on accountability, because sometimes people ask for resources that they don't need because they have ulterior motive. So transparency, accountability, holding them accountable to deliver on good governance, ensuring that wastages are taken care of so that people don't put money where it doesn't need to go into, and then make sure that whatever project that anybody is doing, you can say of a truth that due process was followed in the award of that contract. Any responsible state government should come to the aid of a local government that is struggling. That's the responsible thing to do.
But also, Dr. Pele, what capacity do they have to generate revenue?
Well, that's part of the thing that I expect any sensible, responsible local government chairman. And I'm not saying there are irresponsible ones. I'm saying any responsible leader should be strategic, should be intuitive, should look inward and see what can I do for my local government to generate revenue. The first thing is your fiscal policy. You need to look at what are the measures by which money is budgeted, money is spent, money is generated. It is not an opportunity for you to empower young boys that sometimes behave like thugs, that will be on the road and harassing people and insisting on unnecessary taxes. But if you take a good tax consultant, I mean, the president did it in Lagos, and I'm sure there's a reform that is going on at the federal level. Nothing stops any local government chairman sitting down with experts to say, how can we generate revenue in my local government? How can we ensure that we increase our internal revenue generation? Once you sit down with experts, they'll be able to tell you what to do. Look at the issue of taxes. Look at, and some of this local government, Jumoke, nothing stops them from taking up investment. Investment that they know is not risky and will become injurious to the finances of the local government.
Dr. Pele, some Nigerians have said
reform their tax system.
Talking about tax, so some Nigerians have said it should only be fair that a portion of local taxes and levied administered by state governments should be returned to local governments to support their development and effective delivery. What do you say to this?
I agree. I mean, everyone has fares, and there's also revenue generation and sharing formula. If, for instance, the local government in Almac, where in Abuja, generates funds within its locality, there's always that procedure where that local government can sit down, or in a state, in the case of a state, and whatever is generated collectively is shared between the state treasury and the local government treasury. There could be a joint revenue generation process and strategy that would bring money that will go to both the state treasury and the local government treasury.
So when we talk about accountability, absolutely. So talking about accountability, how do we ensure that local government chairmen do not become mini governors is the fact that they do not have immunity enough to bring them to book when they go out of line. And will the councillors also be independent of the chairman? Because really, we cannot continue to use the same system. Many Nigerians say are already compromised if we need a different result.
Well, Jumoke, one, proper budgeting with budgeting templates and mechanism. Proper budgeting. When you get involved in budget processes and you overload your budget layout, and of course, at the end of the day, there is it's a way of promoting corruption. So proper budgeting, proper accounting, and transparent way of expenditure. Having a proper and credible process of procurement, going into your staff and salary structure to ensure that ghost workers are not paid. There is this practice of many so-called local government staff that lives in the metropolis that they will only go home to go and take salary. And some of the local government chairmen also, they are fond of just get the money and share it within their political godfather and some of the core local government council, core local government staff and councillors. These are common practice. If they will stop all of that and focus on good governance and focus on development and bringing development to their people, that would be the best step to take in order for them to give, ensure that the people will benefit from their leadership. The problem is when you have a bad leader who focuses on himself or herself only at the expense of the community, you have, this is what you get: bad governance.
All right.
Lack of development. So proper budgeting, good governance, good system of accountability, proper procurement procedure would always ensure that funds are not wasted and the people will benefit from good governance and development.
Right. So when do Nigerians begin to hold these local government chairmen accountable?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you for free that my organization, we're looking at how we can support local government, many of these local government. And we've done a number of, for instance, governance and good governance system framework for a number of states, and many of them have embraced them. And if they follow that structure, some of the things that we're discussing here as negatives will not be there, And so good leadership, good accountability, proper framework for ensuring that whatever they do, someone can sit back, monitor and evaluate and say that this has produced good dividends is the way to go. Nigerians, CSOs, must come out just like we follow the federal government money. Just like we, SERAP is one institution that had taken the government to court over budget issues. This is the time for everyone to focus on the local government and hold those who are in the leadership of local government accountable where they are found wanting.
All right, Dr. Pele, so what you're saying tonight is these local governments will flourish, will survive without hustle if they're sincere with the budget, proper budgeting and revenue generation. Is that it?
Guaranteed, yes. They have every opportunity to prove themselves. Peradventure, Jimoke, this is a litmus test for some of them to grow in leadership. Many of them will go from being a local government chairman to the State of House of Assembly, and some of them might jump the State House of Assembly and come to the National Assembly, you know, and who knows, tomorrow they will probably become Senate presidents and vice president and president. You know, leadership is bottom top, is not top bottom. And for me, even in my advocacy, I have always been a proponent of persons with disability to go back to local government election, go and contest as councillors, as chairmen, and grow your political experience and skills so that when you're ready to come to the sub-national assembly, you become relevant and you have a political success story. And so any local government chairman who wants to serve his people, who wants to be remembered for posterity, this is your shining moment. This is the right time. You have a lot of resources in your hand. This is not the time for you to buy SUVs and marry 5 wives. You know, this is the time for you to work for your people so that at the end of the day, the people will see that you have put the resources that you're giving and had given them good development. I think it shouldn't also be just the responsibility of the State Assembly. I think traditional rulers also, you know, needs to get involved. Some of these local government chairmen are their sons and their daughters. They should be able to go to them and say, look, we know that you're getting 20.6% from government allocation. What are you doing with it? Hold them accountable at the local level. Yes.
You know, Dr. Pele, I mean, with this autonomy, it won't be bad to see a former assembly member go back to become a local government chairman. It will be very interesting to see that as well. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, Dr. J.K. Pele, policy development and advocacy expert. Thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jumoke. It's always a delight being with you, and thank you for my very good friend Babajide and the family of TVC.
Thank you, Dr. Pele. Thank you very much. And thank you for watching, everyone. That marks the end of today's episode of Politics Tonight. But you can watch the repeat broadcast of this episode at midnight. Get in touch with us on our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. You can use the hashtag Politics Tonight. We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Olajumoke Olatuji. Good night, everyone.
There has been an increasing trend of cholera cases across the country. Cholera is a highly infectious disease which spread through contaminated water, food, or direct contact with an infected person's feces. Symptoms include diarrhea, vomiting, and dehydration. Together, we can fight the spread of cholera by saying no to germs. Wash your hands regularly, disinfect your homes and drainages with hypo bleach. Stop open defecation and keep your toilet germ-free with Hypo Toilet Cleaner. Together, we can prevent the spread of cholera by disinfecting with Hypo.
Mortein insecticide with its improved formulation kills 100% mosquitoes that spread malaria. So, spread the message of how we can fight to end malaria with Mortein. Mortein, our #1 choice.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. You're watching ShopX TV, home to some of the most popular international brands in Africa, including Gotham Hammered Collection, Genie Bra, Bionic Floodlight, Spot X, Total Crunch Evolution, and more. And we are now proud to introduce our biggest offer of the year, the ShopX Mid-Year Sales. Yes, from now until the end of July 2024, we will be offering our customers 20,000 Naira off this home fitness machine. SportX Digital Compact Treadmill. The compact foldable treadmill that makes being active and losing weight fast and easy. Just unfold it and walk, jog, or run while you watch your favorite programs on TV. And when you're done, just fold it and store it away. Now that's convenience. The secret is its advanced design that houses a 1 horsepower motor that is twice the size of most treadmills, packed into a nice compact unit, powering every step you take. You get the SportX Digital Compact Treadmill System complete with a rugged commercial-grade ultra-durable traction belt, large LCD multifunctional display that displays speed, time, distance, calories, and has 12 different exercise programs, as well as a magnetic safety key for added security.
The SportX treadmill has really helped me get back in shape after childbirth. I love it because it's compact and can fit anywhere in the house. And when I'm done, I fold and put it away. Easy peasy.
This is the best piece of equipment for people like me who want to stay active without leaving the home.
Joining a gym can cost an absolute fortune, and you could be paying up to 490,000 Naira in annual gym fees. Get the SportX Compact Digital Treadmill to save the cost and work out of the convenience of your home. You would normally pay up to 400,000 Naira for the SportX Compact Digital Treadmill. But call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the SportX Compact Digital Treadmill for just 380,000 Naira, saving you 20,000 Naira. Incredible! But that's not all. You can get the SportX Compact Digital Treadmill in 2 easy payments of 190,000 Naira. That's right! Pay twice to get this amazing fitness solution. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get the SportX Compact Digital Treadmill delivered to you for free wherever you are in Nigeria, and it comes with a ShopX 30-day money-back guarantee. But hurry, limited stock available, so call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
Feel the power. Welcome to Righteous Invasion of Truth with Dr. Abel Damina.
Oh yes, another encounter is here again, and let the countdown begin.
Glory to the Lamb! Glory to the Lamb!
It is 30 days of glory, 30 days of word, and 30 days of impartation and anointing. It is 30 days of glory 2024. Soterior Season 11.
Glory!
Power City International presents 30 Days of Glory and Homecoming 2024. Join Drs. Abel and Rachel Daminer in this edition of 30 Days of Glory 2024 as he brings to you sound Bible study through the month of July, exegetically examining the fundamentals of the Christian faith. Date 30th June to 28th July 2024 and Homecoming date 28th July to 4th August 2024. Time Mondays to Saturdays 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and on Sunday 8 a.m. first service and 11 a.m. second service. Join us live on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. Also live on Kingdom Life Network on your My TV and Strong Decoders. Venue Power City International, number 98 Uhangibo Road, Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. For more inquiries, please email Dr. Abel Daminer at yahoo.com. You can also call or WhatsApp +234 803 275 6104 or +234 806 800 9939. Host Doctors Abel and Rachel Daminer. Be there.
Welcome to the most exciting event on television, Riot, Righteous Invasion of Truth, presented by the Power Broadcasting Network. Abel Damina is my name, and I'm excited to welcome you to an exciting adventure with the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. There is a mandate of God on my life to reintroduce Jesus to this generation, equipping the believer to know who you are in Christ, what you have in Christ, and what Christ can do through you. That's what drives me. That's what brought us on TVC television station, to bring you the riches of redemption, to equip you to know who you are in Christ, what you have in Christ, and what Christ can do through you. Help me invite a friend, a family member, somebody, ask them to tune to this TV station right now. I'm telling you, we're going to have an exciting time in the message of Jesus Christ. Now, I have a gift for you today, just for tuning in here to hear me teach the word of God, a free gift. It's a magazine called the Righteous Invasion of Truth magazine, loaded with treasures, with things that will build you up, equip you, and bring you to a place where you are enjoying all that is yours in Christ Jesus. All you need to do today, give me a call quickly. The numbers are on the screen. Send me a text, chat us on WhatsApp, just reach out to us, or shoot an email. We will make sure you get hard copies or soft copies of these magazines delivered to wherever you are around the world. Make sure you furnish us all your details. That's number one. Number two, I have a daily devotional called the Christocentric Meal. It's every day, both on video and on audio. I like to send a copy of that devotional to you every day. Every day. You heard me right. Every day for the whole year. And it's going to be free. We can send it to your phones, WhatsApp. We can send it to you on email. The treasures of God, where I take time to teach the word of God and to speak a word of prayer for you prophetically every blessed day. I mean, imagine God's word spoken over your life on a daily basis. It's going to be exciting. You want to join that community today? If you send us a mail, or you shoot us a text, or chat us on WhatsApp, or give us a call, we will make sure the Christocentric meal is delivered to wherever you are around the world. I'm so excited, friend. We want to study the word of God together. So fasten your seatbelts, get your pen, important, and your notebook as we adventure right now in that service where the Spirit of God is already moving. Happy viewing. Understanding the Father and his family. Understanding the Father and his family. Matthew chapter 16 from verse 13 to 16. When Jesus came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, "Who do men say that I, the Son of Man, am?" Next verse. And they said, "Some say that thou art John the Baptist, some Elias, and others Jeremias, or one of the prophets." He saith unto them, "But who say ye that I am?" And Simon Peter answered and said, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." Next verse. And Jesus answered and said unto him, "Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven." So we've established that it will take the revelation of Jesus to unveil the identity of the believer. That the believer is situated and found in Christ. If any man in Christ. So the believer is in Christ. Therefore, to know the believer, you must have a revelation of Christ. Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah. That's what they call you. But I say you are Peter. So Peter was revealed when he saw Christ. So it's the revelation of Jesus that unveils the believer in him. Faith in the gospel brings you into a world of limitless revelation of the person of the Christ. In Romans chapter 8 verse 14, The Bible tells us, for as many as are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God. 15. For you have not received the spirit of bondage again to fear, but you have received the spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. Now the word adoption implies to be placed in a position of a son. To be placed in a position of a son. The word sons was translated from the Greek word hoios. Hoios, H-U-O-I-S. H-U-O-I-S, which implies an heir. Someone with an inheritance. Hoios. He described the sonship as what we have received by the spirit of adoption. We have received sonship by the spirit of adoption. In Romans chapter 8 verse 29, the scripture tells us, for whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. Now the word conform there implies to be made like something. It is not a process. It's the word somopho in the Greek. It's not a process, rather it's a once and for all event. Jesus is the prototype of the sonship we have in the new covenant. Jesus is the prototype of the sonship that we have in the new covenant. Everyone who has believed the gospel is conformed to the image of his son. Look at Hebrews chapter 2 verse 10 and 11. For it became him for whom are all things, and by whom are all things, in bringing many sons unto glory, to make the captain of their salvation perfect through sufferings. For both he that sanctifieth and they who are sanctified are all of one. For which cause he is not ashamed to call them brethren. Jesus brought many sons to glory. You know, one does not become a son through a process. You become a son by birth. You are born into the kingdom. You are born into the kingdom of his dear son through faith in the finished work of Christ. Just as Jesus is the Son of God by resurrection, we are made sons in Christ. We don't try to be sons, but sons by conformity to the image of his son. We are bound by nature with Jesus. We are bound by nature with Jesus. The same nature in Jesus is the same nature in the believer. We are now in a new family. Oh yeah. We now have all the rights of a son. All the possessions of a son are now ours by adoption. All the possessions of a son are now ours by adoption. The moment you believe the gospel, you were adopted, not the natural adoption, that is the word euthesia. You were placed as a son of God. It's a placement. You were placed as a son of God. So now we have the spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. Look at Romans chapter 8 verse 15 to 17. For you have not received the spirit of bondage again to fear, but you have received the spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. And if children, then heirs, heirs of God, and joint heirs with Christ. If so be that we suffer with him, that we may be also glorified together. The word Father implies source. It is from the Father one gets life. It is from the Father one gets life. Jesus calls God Father because he is the source of life. The Father is the source of life. Also, Father is used in scripture referring to parentage. Parentage. To describe where people came from. To describe your origin. Jesus' use of Father in the 4 Gospels was in a passive term. He called God his Father as their Father in a promissory note. He always tell them to call God Father, but it was in a promissory note. But in the natural, Jesus' disciples had earthly fathers. But in the resurrection, he used Father in an active term. When Jesus rose from the dead, he used the term Father in an active term. Look at John 20:17. Jesus saith unto her, touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God. My Father, your Father, my God, your God. So by the spirit of adoption, God is our Father, and we are his children.
All years, another encounter is here again, and let the countdown begin.
Glory to the Lamb! Glory to the Lamb!
It is 30 days of glory, 30 days of word, and 30 days of impartation and anointing. It is 30 days of glory 2024. Soteria Season 11. Power City International presents 30 Days of Glory and Homecoming 2024. Join Doctors Abel and Rachel Daminer in this edition of 30 Days of Glory 2024 as he brings to you sound Bible study through the month of July, exegetically examining the fundamentals of the Christian faith. Date 30th June to 28th July 2024, and Homecoming date 28th July to 4th August 2024. Time Mondays to Saturdays 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and on Sunday 8 a.m. first service and 11 a.m. second service. Join us live on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. Also live on Kingdom Life Network on your My TV and Strong Decoders. Venue Power City International, number 98 Wangibo Road, Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. For more inquiries, please email Dr. Abel Daminer at yahoo.com. You can also call or WhatsApp +234 803 275 6104 or +234 806 800 9939. Host Doctors Abel and Rachel Daminer. Be there.
We have therefore received the Spirit of the Son with the testimony that we are God's children. Glory to God. Look at Ephesians chapter 1 verse 5. Having predestinated us unto the adoption of children by Jesus Christ to himself, according to the good pleasure of his will. Look at 1 John chapter 3 from verse 1. Behold, what manner of love the Father has bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God. Therefore, the world knoweth us not, because it knew him not. Verse 2. Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be. But we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. Now the word sons used by John in this scripture we just read was from the Greek word teknon, T-E-K-N-O-N, which implies children, someone that came from you. It describes a birth from a parent, a birth from a parent. In essence, what John was referring to is the fact that we are born of God. We came from God. John also used it personally to refer to his spiritual children. Look at 1 John chapter 4 verse 4. Ye are of God. Oh, I like that one. Ye are of God. 4 very powerful words. Ye are of God. Little children. and have overcome them, because greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. Look at 3 John chapter 1 verse 4. I have no greater joy than to hear that my children walk in truth. Brother Paul also used the same words to speak to his own spiritual children. Galatians chapter 4 verse 19. My little children, of whom I travail in birth again, until Christ be formed in thee. Look at Ephesians chapter 5 verse 1. Be it therefore followers of God as dear children. Ephesians chapter 6 verse number 1. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. The believer therefore is a son by inheritance and a child by birth. He's a son by inheritance and a child by birth. He is both a son and a child. It is not measured in stages from child to son. No. He is a child of God by birth that is placed in the position of a son. He's a child of God by birth that is placed in the position of a son. Look at 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 23. Being born again, not of corruptible seed, but of incorruptible, by the word of God, which liveth and abideth forever. The word seed there implies genes, heredity, the genes and the chromosomes of God. We have the same genes, the Spirit of God. We have the same genes with the Son. As he is, so are we in this world. 1 John chapter 4 verse 17. Herein is our love made perfect, that we may have boldness in the day of judgment, because as he is, so are we in this world. We all have a common heritage. All of us in the family of God. That heritage is the Spirit of God in us. The Spirit of God is the proof that you are born of God. The Spirit of God is the DNA of God in the believer. Look at Romans chapter 8 verse 9. I like the way Brother Paul communicates those thoughts. But you are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit. If so be that the Spirit of God dwell in you. Now, if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. The proof that you are a child of God, the DNA of God in the believer is the Spirit. That's why the Spirit of adoption in us cries, Abba Father. Not Jehovah Jireh, not Jehovah Nissi, Abba Father. That's why all of Jesus' life on earth in the 4 Gospels, he never called God any of those Jehovah Nissi, Jehovah Jireh. That was a progressive revelation of the Old Testament people coming to realize who God was. Jesus brought the exact revelation of God, and in Jesus' communication with God, he called him Father. And that is the Spirit of the Son. That is the Spirit of adoption. We are in reality God's own sons. This is what it means to be a member of the household of God, to be a part of the family of God, to belong to the household of God. Because as a child of God, it's very critical to know that God is your Father. The fatherhood of God is the climax of the revelation of the New Testament. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Oh my goodness. Revelation, revelation, revelation. My prayer for you today is that the eyes of your understanding be flooded, be enlightened, that you may know what is the hope of his calling, that you may know what is the riches of the treasures of his grace, that you may know the exceeding greatness of his power to us who believe, according to the working of his mighty power, which he wrought in Christ. And I decree that today you stand complete and perfect in all of God's will. I rebuke sickness. I rebuke disease. Satan, shoot us a mail, text us, chat us on WhatsApp. We will make sure you get a copy of this, either the hard copy or the soft copy, delivered to wherever you are in the world. Secondly, I have the Christocentric meal. Is a daily devotional. Every day I spend few minutes, teach you the word of God, open the scriptures to you, make the scriptures come alive, then speak words of faith, prophetic words of prayer over you to go through the day achieving God's purpose for your life. You want to be a part of this community. The numbers are on the screen right now. If you text us or shoot email, or if you give us a call, you want to be a part of the Christocentric meal community, we will make sure all of this material is sent to you every blessed day for free. We love you guys. Always an honor to serve you the grace of God. Tell more people about this television broadcast. And until I come your way again on this same platform, enjoy the grace of Christ and be blessed. Amen.
We trust that you have been blessed by this message. To order the complete series of this message and other messages by Dr. Abel Daminer, please call +234 806 800 9939 or email powercityoffice@gmail.com.
Victory Station.